GIC budget, January 23rd, sound check 1, sound check 1.
Three cuts. I just need somebody.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of January the 23rd, 2025. I am calling this meeting to order. We have quorum joining me in council chambers today. Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Danko, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Matt Francis, Mayor Andrew Horvath, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Crutch, Councillor Brad Clark. And I'm your pilot for today, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Please, if you haven't done so already, including those who are in the gallery, if you could turn your electronic devices to a non-audible function. Elsie McCrae, good morning. Are there any changes to today's agenda?
Madam Chair, there are not. All items listed are as to be distributed have now been added. There are 2 added motions. One of them, though, has been withdrawn, and 4 added notice of motions. There are 2 added pieces of written correspondence as well, so it will be as presented, as per the clerk.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Wang to approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none. I need to see your hands, please, and thank you if you are voting in favor. Councillor Pauls? Thank you. That is carried. Any declarations of interest this morning? I don't see any. Approval of the minutes of January the 20th. It is moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Danko to adopt the previous minutes. Any discussion? There is none. Please, show of hands. In favor or opposed? Thank you. That carries unanimously. We're on to delegations. Delegations on the 2025 budget were received November 18th of last year and January 20th this year. We have some correspondence. Jim McKay, Rick and Lynn Folks. It is moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson to receive these items. Any discussion? Seeing none. Show of hands, please. That is carried unanimously. On to item 7, for information. It is my great pleasure to introduce Mike Zagarek, our General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services, and he is going to introduce our guest speaker, which I know we look forward to every year at this time. Thank you, GM Zagarek.
Good morning. Through you, Budget Chair, it's my privilege and pleasure to introduce our guest speaker this morning, Andrew Grantham. And Andrew Grantham is not new to council. You may recall 12 months ago, Andrew was before council providing a economic overview in advance of our 2024 budget deliberations. Andrew is a senior economist with CIBC with a wide range of experience in different areas of economic and financial market forecasting. Joining in 2011, he initially focused on the U.S. and international outlook, may be timely given current circumstances and its implications for foreign exchange and fixed income markets. More recently, he's taken over the responsibility for the Canadian provincial outlook. Prior to joining CIBC in 2011, Andrew worked in London, England for one of the UK's largest banks. He gained a master's degree in economics from the University of York, England. And again, I'd like to just thank Andrew for making time available for committee and staff today to provide an economic overview. And I'll just recognize that Andrew has some commitments in the afternoon, so unfortunately, he was only able to participate virtually. But once again, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here again. And yeah, I had to take a pretty conservative view on how long it would take me to get back to the office for another meeting. So apologies that I can't be there in person today. In terms of the economic presentation, I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off straight away and talk firstly about pretty much the only question that we are getting asked at the moment, and that's what we are likely to see in terms of Trump tariffs and what that means for the Canadian economy. And unfortunately, we don't have all of the answers. Firstly, we are not mind readers. We don't know exactly what President Trump is doing. And if Monday is anything to go by, where we seem to get the all clear in terms of tariffs earlier in the day, and then by the evening he was threatening 25% tariffs again. Even if we were mind readers, I don't think that would do us much good in the current circumstances. And even the question of if we do get hit with tariffs, even if they're 10, 25%, whatever they are, trying to judge what the economic impact of that would be is very difficult, because as this chart shows, we haven't seen tariffs. The US hasn't imposed tariffs at the level that has been threatened against Canada, Mexico, and other countries. We haven't seen tariffs to that extent for a long period of time. And in economics, what we typically do to try and judge the impact of any policy change, whether it be interest rates, whether it be tariffs, is to look back at what the historical correlations have been. We run some simulations and we try and figure out what the impact will be. Because we haven't seen these sorts of tariffs that have been threatened by such a long time, the Canadian economy has obviously changed drastically since then. I did some digging around the vaults of Statistics Canada and found just what our foreign trade was like back almost a century ago when we had tariffs at these sorts of levels. And as you can probably tell, the trade that we were doing with the US and with other countries then was very, very different. There is very little mention of autos. There is no mention of oil. And we were apparently the world leader in asbestos exports, which for some reason people don't want to buy these days. So, the trade has changed very, very dramatically. So hand on heart, the only thing that we can really tell you for sure, for certain, when it comes to the impact of a 25% tariff on the Canadian economy, because we can't really run these simulations based on historical data, is that it would be bad. Now, we can't just get away with that, unfortunately. So we have put some numbers around this, and it depends on what you assume, whether it's 10%, whether it's 25%, whether we get exclusions such as the auto industry, whether we get exclusions such as oil. But running all of those different simulations, or at least trying to, you do get a hit to the Canadian economy between around 2% of GDP up to around 5%. Now, I must specify that that is the hit to the Canadian economy relative to a base case that we have roughly 2% growth each year for the next couple of years. So a 2% hit to that would reduce growth to an average rate of 1%. That worst case scenario of a 5% hit, that could be a recession in the near term. But there's a lot of uncertainty around these forecasts at the moment. What we do know as well is that just this uncertainty is having an economic impact by itself. It is having an economic impact on business sentiment, investment within different industries. If you are a business, if you are an exporter at the moment, and you are thinking of investing, it makes sense for you to wait and to see what happens in terms of tariffs, if anything does happen in terms of tariffs. And so just that uncertainty, just that waiting does have an economic impact. We are also seeing as well that the uncertainty in itself is having a financial market impact as well. And this chart just shows the financial market impact that we are seeing within the exchange rate. The Canadian economy, and I will talk about it later, is weaker than the US economy. We need lower interest rates than the US economy. So it makes sense for our Canadian dollar to have depreciated against the US dollar. So what we show here is USD CAD going up. That's a Canadian dollar depreciation. It does make sense that our Canadian dollar is weaker than it was a year ago. But what we've seen is that this weakening has gone above and beyond what we call in economics fundamentals. So that's where the economy is right now, where those fundamentals would actually suggest that it should be. We should be around that 140, 141 mark. In actual reality, we're in the 143, 144 mark. So financial markets and the currency market is already pricing in at least some probability that we do get hit with these tariffs. Now, if we do actually get hit with the tariffs, then we will see obviously a Canadian dollar that's even weaker. We will see the exchange rate react to that. The key question that we get asked is, will the exchange rate movement offset the tariffs that will be imposed in terms of trying to rebalance the productivity, rebalance the competitiveness of US exports relative, or Canadian exports relative to the US. Typically, when we see that market reaction, when we see that Canadian dollar reaction, it does offset some of it, but not part of it. And where we think the Canadian dollar would go under a kind of a worst case 25% tariff scenario, which is up to the 150 mark, that would offset roughly around 30 to 40% of the tariff. So it wouldn't restore the competitiveness completely. It would help, but it wouldn't restore that competitiveness. I think the good news, though, in terms of our ability to respond to tariffs is that financial markets, where we are at the moment, even the governments, the deficits we're running aren't that big as a proportion of GDP. And in particular, the Bank of Canada has the ability and they have the room to react and help if we do see an economy that is weakened by a tariff scenario. So where we are in Canada at the moment, it's my belief that inflation is actually more under control than the Bank of Canada themselves even give it credit for, because we have a headline inflation rate that's around 2%, a little bit below 2% in December, but that was because of the GST holiday that impacted those numbers. But the headline inflation rate here in Canada has been 2% for quite a few months now already. But that headline inflation number, as I probably spoke to last year, includes the very thing that the Bank of Canada is raising to try and get inflation under control, and that is mortgage interest costs. If we exclude that, like a lot of other countries do, then we actually have an inflation rate in Canada that is below the 2% target and has been below the 2% target for about 6 months already. So there is room for the Bank of Canada to respond, to cut interest rates even more under a tariff scenario, because we have got inflation under control. Now, we do have this weakening of the Canadian dollar that we've seen that does add a little bit of inflationary pressures in terms of the Canadian economy. But our analysis suggests that the inflation that we will be getting from the depreciation we've seen in the Canadian dollar so far does not offset the disinflation that we are seeing from having a weak economy, from having an unemployment rate that is higher than we would typically think is consistent with a 2% inflation target. So yes, we have that push-pull in terms of the currency, but where we are right now, we don't think that's a big concern from an inflation point of view. So the key question then we have to ask is, if the Bank of Canada has room to respond to help the economy, will they? Do they agree that they have this room to cut interest rates even more to help the economy under a tariff scenario? Now, luckily, this is not our first rodeo with President Trump. So we have analysis from the Bank of Canada back in 2019, where they actually looked at a 25% tariff scenario. But this scenario was plus retaliation, and it was a global 25%. It wasn't just on Canada, it was the US imposing tariffs on all of the countries that import into the US. But we can use that analysis as kind of a benchmark as to what they were thinking at the time. And obviously, you have tariffs, you have a weakening in the currency. The initial response, the short-term response, is that inflation goes up and economic activity goes down. And they said that the increase in the short-term price level would be around 4%. The longer-term impact in terms of economic activity would be around 3%. But what was interesting from that earlier analysis is what they thought happened to prices and inflation in the longer term, because the Bank of Canada can't really do anything to impact inflation over the next 6 months or so. Where they tend to focus is to try and make sure that conditions are in place for inflation to be back at 2% in what they call the medium term, which is in 2 to 3 years' time. And their earlier analysis suggested that the hit to economic activity from tariffs would be so big that it would offset the inflationary pressures in the short term. And so in that long term, it would mean actually weaker inflation, weaker prices, which suggests to us that they would be willing to actually cut interest rates further in a tariff scenario. Now, the key question, and one question that we hope will get answered next week when the Bank of Canada meets again and releases some new analysis, is do they still believe in that? And we have had some comments from the current governor, Tiff Macklem, suggesting that he's maybe questioning this a little bit. In our analysis, we think that this past analysis, this 2019 work that the Bank of Canada did, is correct, that longer term a tariff scenario is actually negative for inflation because it is negative for economic activity. It would lead to a higher unemployment rate, but we need to be certain that the Bank of Canada also agree with that. But even if we do avoid kind of a worst case scenario in terms of tariffs, we do believe that the Canadian economy is weak enough to need further interest rate cuts from the Bank of Canada. They've already cut interest rates fairly significantly and more than most other countries. But where we are right now, it is still kind of at the top end of what they call their neutral band. We haven't reached the level that they think is going to necessarily accelerate growth and inflation in the longer term. And we need that growth and inflation to accelerate. What this chart shows here is just the contribution of different groups to the rise in the unemployment rate that we've seen. Now, the unemployment rate in Canada, and in particular in Ontario, it's been rising faster than the national average. The unemployment rate was initially increasing for what we would call mainly supply reasons. So the big population growth that we were seeing, there was too many people entering the country too quickly to be able to find jobs for all those people. And so the rise in the unemployment rate generally reflected, up until around April of last year, generally reflected that increase in supply that we were seeing, that increase in population, and was mainly driven by people who were under 25 or who were newcomers into the country. What we've seen since then, though, and worryingly for us, is that the rise in the unemployment rate hasn't just continued, but it has also broadened. There are people who aren't just newcomers into the country, who aren't just new graduates, who have entered the realms of the unemployed. They have become unemployed, or they haven't been able to find jobs if they have left their previous job. And this suggests to us that what was a problem of excess supply has now become a problem of a lack of demand. And as a central bank, if you have demand that is too weak, you should be cutting interest rates further. And the unemployment rate numbers have actually been flattered a little bit by the fact that we've seen a decline in labor force participation. This decline cannot be explained by demographic factors, because actually over the last 2 years, because of the population growth we've seen, we haven't actually had an aging population. So this has all been reflecting people just dropping out and not looking for work because the labor market has been quite weak. If these people had still been in the labor market, been looking for jobs, then the unemployment rate, instead of 6.7%, would be around 7.5%. So the unemployment rate numbers have been flattered by the fact that people have been dropping out of the labor market. So there's reason to think that we can cut interest rates even further and without necessarily having to worry about inflationary pressures. The other factor as well that we need to keep in mind, or that the Bank of Canada needs to keep in mind over the coming couple of years, is the mortgage renewals that we have coming up. People have stopped talking about this quite as much because Trump and tariffs have kind of eclipsed everything in terms of the questions that we get asked. But where interest rates are today, those fixed term mortgage rates are today, it would still be problematic for some households as they renew the mortgages that were taken out during the pandemic. Luckily, they have seen an increase in their average wage, which means people should be able to afford the mortgage payment. Can they afford the same lifestyle with those higher mortgage payments? And that is definitely not the case. And we think still that those fixed rate mortgages need to come down a little bit to make sure that people, households who do refinance, don't have to restrict their spending quite as much, which would then become a drag on the economy. Now, the last thing I'll just talk about quickly before opening it up to questions, and again, a question that we got asked a lot before the threat of Trump and tariffs came up, is just what's happening in population growth in Canada and what should we expect over the coming years, and will slower population growth actually be a drag, be a negative for overall economic growth within either Canada or within the province of Ontario. Now, what we see is that we are going to see a big deceleration in population growth. We do not expect it to be quite as negative as some people do, based on kind of the government's own projections, because we do think that the ability of getting non-permanent residents back to the same proportion of the population that they were in 2019, which is the goal, is a very big ask, and especially over such a short period of time. Even if there's a change in the federal government, we doubt that they would have the ability to meet this target in such a short time frame. But even if that target is not met, we will still have a situation where we've gone from kind of 3.5% population growth down to more like kind of 0.75, 0.5% population growth over the next couple of years. It's going to be much, much slower. That should help ease some of the tensions that we're seeing in the housing market, particularly in the rental market. And we're already starting to see a little bit of a deceleration in terms of rental price inflation. What will not happen straight away is that this will not become a negative for economic growth and for employment growth. Because what we have, and as what I showed earlier, is we have an unemployment rate that's higher than it should be, based on the longer term analysis or the longer term trends. And we've also have a labor market where people have dropped out and they've stopped looking. So there's a lot of what we call excess capacity in the labor market, and actually even more so in Ontario than in other provinces. And that means that to grow the economy, we don't have to worry about slower population growth, because we have a pool of people who will hopefully be able to find jobs, grow the economy, start participating in the labor market again, and that will grow the economy. The slower population growth will not become a detriment to growth in the wider economy over the next year, and probably not until the end of 2026. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm sure there's a lot of questions. So did I stop? I stopped sharing then, right? Yes. Okay. So yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grantham. Really appreciate that overview. I look forward to it every year. We do have some questions for you, starting with Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. So my first question to Mr. Grantham, on page 5 of his presentation to us, it's a graph that represents Canadian CPI. It shows that in March of 2022, it was at 8%, and now it's showing that it's hovering around 2%. So the question that I've heard from residents, and I think I have the answer, but I wanted to ask you. So does if CPI was 8% in March of 2022, and then there's been a gradual decline on CPI, which means the increases to the cost of good has gone down, it doesn't reflect any loss or decrease in the cost of goods between 2022 and now. So the cost of goods went up. Just because CPI goes down doesn't mean the cost of the goods went down. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. So the CPI inflation numbers reflect the year-over-year change in prices. And so what we had during the pandemic, or just after the pandemic, was what we call a price level shift, where you had this big inflation, so the price level went up. Prices are not coming down, but they're just not going up anywhere near as quickly. So inflation, that year-over-year change, is back to 2%. Now, the question we get asked is, okay, what does that mean for households? Well, a lot of households are still, very stretched because the price level is still high. And in particular, a lot of that inflation was driven by things such as rents. They were driven by things such as food prices, things that people cannot not buy, right? People have to purchase those, and those prices have not come down. So you are correct. People are still, very concerned about the price level, even though inflation is back to 2%. The one thing that I would add, though, is that it is actually good news that the Bank of Canada does not target the price level and that they actually target inflation. Because if you think about, if they had to get the price level back to something that was consistent with an average 2% year-over-year increase, they would have to be aiming for actual declines in prices right now. And to actually decline prices, then you would have to have very high interest rates and very high unemployment. So, which would be even more painful for households than trying to cope with this price level shift. So the short answer to your question is you are correct. The prices went up. They are not coming down. They're just not going up very quickly. But it's actually good for us that the Bank of Canada is not targeting prices to actually come down, because that would cause huge pain for the economy, particularly in terms of the unemployment rate.
Thank you for that explanation, but it doesn't make it any easier for residents who are finding their disposable income has decreased significantly. So if in the next page, if I may, Chair, page, I think it was 6, it speaks to the tariffs. And what I don't understand, and perhaps you can help me, if the president goes through with this tariff, our GDP would go down. Is that correct?
Yes. So we would have, there's a few transition mechanisms for that. Our GDP would be weaker because business investment would be weaker, because our exports would be weaker. And also, if we retaliate, then our prices will go up. And so consumers would get that further squeeze. And so consumer spending would go down as well. So yes, our GDP would be weak under a tariff scenario.
So we would see an increase in unemployment, and we would see an increase in cost for residents.
Yeah, short-term increase in costs. So again, that price level shift up again in terms of costs, and a higher unemployment rate than the base case. Now, we are starting with an unemployment rate that's already elevated. So like I said during the presentation, this is all... So what I talked about is the hit to economic activity relative to a base case. So in our base case forecast of no tariffs or very few tariffs, like specific tariffs on certain areas, we would have an unemployment rate in Canada and in Ontario that goes down over the next 2 years. Under what I would call a mild tariff scenario, which would be kind of 10% rather than 25%, we would probably have an unemployment rate that stayed where it is today, roughly. So it would be higher than the base case, but not necessarily higher than it is today. And under a 25% scenario, that's when you see an unemployment rate that probably gets even worse than it is today.
Councillor Clark, it's your time. Would you
Yep,
like to?
I have one more question, so you can have me for a second time, please. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Councillor Wang has a question for you, Mr. Grantham, or two.
Thank you. I'm struggling to understand how we can use this information to help us make better decisions at the municipal level. Because if I can understand just your last point, was that with any of these high tariff rates or a medium, like a 25% tariff or a 10% tariff, where it's a hit to GDP, which actually increases the unemployment rate. But since the unemployment rate is already quite high as it is, and that's a lot of that is because there has been, the participation rate has gone down, meaning that people are either being forced out or they are choosing to leave the labor market. And then it's also, so help me draw a line to how the participation rate and unemployment will affect households when they are choosing not to participate in the local labor market. I think that that's the crux of where I'm trying to go.
Okay, so what we're seeing now is that the unemployment rate in Canada, and in particularly Ontario, has risen relative to 2022. That's because interest rates went up, and that slowed the economy down. Now, the unemployment rate can go up, or people can drop out of the labor market. So if you haven't got a job anymore, but you're not looking for a job, you are not classified as unemployed. You are classified as out of the labor market. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that we've seen the rise in the unemployment rate and a decline in the participation rate means that I think the labor market in Canada and in particularly Ontario has weakened more than the headline numbers suggest, because you've not just seen the rise in the unemployment rate, you've also seen people stop looking. And that's kind of, in my view, the Bank of Canada over-tightened. They raised interest rates. They slowed the economy down more than was absolutely necessary to get inflation under control. And they're now starting to unwind some of that. Again, in my personal view, a slight mistake that they made.
And isn't that, and also through you, Chair, we've also seen the decrease or the decline in immigration. We've also seen a decline in entry into the marketplace from our youth and our talent. So doesn't that add additional pressures into affordability then? Because we just have too much in terms of excess. If we don't have enough immigration and we don't have enough youth entering the labor market because they're likely choosing school to try and get better jobs in order to facilitate a higher income in order to enter the housing market, isn't that also going to exacerbate some of these issues?
So that's where we are at the moment. So we have that decline in the participation rate. A lot of that was driven by young people who are either staying in school, they may have moved back to their parents, into their parents' house because, they haven't got the jobs, they can't afford rent or whatever. But they're not necessarily looking for jobs right now because the labor market is weak. I tend to try and look for the good news in things. And the good news is that even as we've slowed immigration, even as we've slowed that, there's less people coming in and trying to look for jobs. We have a lot of ability to grow the local economy with just the people that we have sitting on the sidelines right now. So if we get interest rates down far enough and accelerate demand for labor enough, then we can get those people who are either unemployed or who have dropped out, we can get them participating in the labor market again. And that, means that there is upside to grow the economy. It's just a case of getting the conditions in place to do so.
My last question through you, Chair, is I appreciate that last answer because it sounds like we've set ourselves up to be a better business environment, lower interest rates, more excess in employment or talent, and opportunity for more investment in Canadian sort of made goods. But then the problem with the tariffs makes doing business and the actual business environment a lot more volatile, which actually will dissuade investment into, say, Hamilton. So what is your, have I made that assessment correct? Like, is that with all of these different factors, it's a better business environment, but it sucks to do business outside of Hamilton?
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. Like we have the ability to grow quite quickly because we are lowering interest rates, because we have, this pool of available labor. And before Trump was reelected, before, he made that tariff threat for the first time in November with that tweet, we were very, very optimistic about growth in not just the Canadian economy, but in the Ontario economy as well, because we could make, use of all of this excess and these lower interest rates. It's just that threat of tariffs, as I said, even just the uncertainty puts businesses off investing, even if we don't get hit by that threat. So, that's the one thing that's kind of a roadblock for us at the moment. Everything else seems to be in place to actually accelerate the local economy. It's just there's that, and it's quite a major roadblock in terms of Trump and that tariff threat.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gone are the days of a leader's responsibility to bring certainty, how we missed Roosevelt. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. Very informative. And I apologize in advance. I don't want to sound contrarian or argumentative in any way when I ask a couple of questions, but I'm really struck on a couple of points of your presentation, terminology about the large pool of available labor, plenty of labor in the slack to use up before worker shortages are a concern. That was the headline on page 10. I'm a business owner myself, and speaking with other business owners locally and across the region, the experience is quite the opposite. And the industry that I'm in, which is the horticulture and green industries, the professional organization that represents our industry is talking about as many as 10,000 unfilled positions within the industry. I've heard of other businesses in the retail sector that are having to bring in temporary foreign workers at a premium just to keep their businesses open. So I'm wondering if you can help me reconcile the experience that I'm having within my industry and other industries versus some of the talking points that you brought to us today.
Yeah, and that's, to be honest, that's interesting to hear because, that's not what the data is telling us on an aggregate basis. Now, there's always sector issues when it comes to labor shortages. But, what the aggregate data is telling us is that other than healthcare, where we have huge amounts of labor shortages still post-pandemic, most of the other sectors that are covered, including the retail sector, where job vacancies on a national basis are actually lower than they were in 2019, most of those job vacancy numbers have come down very, very significantly. So I'm not sure if it's a regional thing or a sector-specific thing, but the national numbers that we track are actually showing quite low job vacancies at the moment.
Perhaps we're a little bit of an anomaly, and thank you for the answer. I appreciate that. But I identified the industry that I'm in, some of the retail industries, and then the area that I represent has a very robust advanced manufacturing sector that's also experiencing the same inability to attract new talent. I'll move on to just another question that I had for you, Andrew, if you don't mind. A comment on consumer spending habits, and I think Councillor Huang kind of opened up a little bit on this. The industry that I'm in is retail focused. We sell things that are nice for people to have, but not essential for people to have. I refer to them as consumables. In Q4 of 2024, I really noticed a drastic drop in spending in these areas. And I'm wondering if you would agree, my deduction, of course, is that as folks are feeling financial pressures, they are choosing more, I don't want to say more wisely, because I don't want to paint the picture that the purchase at my facility is unwise, but they're changing their spending habits, and perhaps instead of buying 3 of something, they're buying 1, or if they're buying a larger thing, now they're buying a smaller thing, or something along those lines. I'm witnessing a change in consumer spending behavior, and I'm wondering if you can comment on any trends in consumer spending and the mindsets of our residents as they begin planning their financial roadmap for 2025.
Yeah, and in economics we call that discretionary and non-discretionary spending. So yeah, we've certainly seen that in terms of discretionary spending, people have tightened their belts, and that makes sense. We've had a high interest rate environment. We've had the unemployment rate that has been going up, particularly in the local economy, more so than nationally. So that does make sense. Where will we go over the next year or two? Well, in part, it depends on, can we position interest rates correctly? We do have these mortgage refinances that are coming up, like I said, and that will cut into people's ability to make discretionary spending if we don't get interest rates low enough to kind of help us over that hurdle. But, as we go forwards, and again, our base case of no or restricted tariffs rather than broad-based tariffs, we have the unemployment rate coming down, we have the participation rate going up, which means household incomes will improve, and that should help discretionary consumer spending, particularly if we think of it on a per capita, per household basis, rather than in terms of the aggregate data. So, we definitely are seeing that within the economic numbers at the moment because of those high interest rates, the rise in unemployment rate. If we manage to position interest rates correctly, those discretionary purchases could go up, could improve, could accelerate. Probably more a second half of this year and into 2026 story, though, to be honest.
15 seconds.
I'll try to squeeze this in 15 seconds. Final question, springboarding off of that. Do you notice a trend, or are you able to comment? Because I also experienced that in tough times, consumer spending shifts to lower cost options. So what we would tend to see is that purchases in smaller mom and pop shops decline, and that movement then goes to larger corporations that can have tighter retail price points, operating on lower margins. Is that something that you would agree with, or see a trend in terms of these tight economic times, that there's that swing to more of a mass merchant purchase and to the exclusion of some of the smaller businesses in our economy?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say that for Canada, the data that we get is very hard to prove. Now, we have seen that in the US, even though their economy has been much stronger than ours. How they track data, they do it 2 ways, how they track prices. They track it through what they call a PCE, price index, which actually adjusts for quality, and the CPI that we do, which just doesn't adjust for quality. And when we look at that data, we can actually see, particularly in food, when we saw the big increases in food prices 2022 into 2023, that people were downgrading kind of what food that they were buying, maybe, the cheaper cheese, cheaper cuts of meat, etc. I would have thought that was happening in Canada as well, probably to an even greater extent than the US. It's just here we don't have the data available to prove that.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chair. Not great for our small business sector. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Kassar, Councillor Pauls, first-time speakers. Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wilson, and thank you very much, Andrew. Your last answer to Councillor Beatty's question was about the quality of purchases. I wanted to see if you have any insight on quality of jobs, because I think a case could be made that the unemployment rate or employment rate can be a crude measurement, because it's not really talking about the types of jobs, and considering 2 things. One, in increasing affordability crisis where prices are going up, and then also climate crisis. So I wanted to ask around the types of jobs. Do you have information on the types of jobs and the quality of them, full-time benefits versus, the gig economy, which we've heard a lot about, where low-paying jobs without a lot of certainty. And also, if you have any perspective on transition of jobs towards a low-carbon economy, and where has that been? Where do you see that going? Thank you.
Okay, so the second part first. There's something we're currently kind of working through, trying to get the numbers on. Something that we haven't found, sufficient data to make a particularly interesting comment on at this stage. In terms of the first part of the question, the quality of jobs. This has been a discussion even before the pandemic, where particularly for newcomers into the country, people were a lot of the time underemployed relative to their skills. And, it happens for Canadians as well, but this was particularly present for newcomers into the country, where they were underemployed relative to the skills that they had. What we actually saw during the pandemic is some of that underemployment actually improved for a couple of years. So we actually saw a rise in job quality during the pandemic, I would say up until about 2023. As we've seen the weakening of the overall labor market, we have unfortunately started to see again a reduction in that job quality. More part-time, more people underemployed relative to their skills. And, by that I mean, they're working jobs that pay less than what they could earn if they, were able to find a job in the area where they have a degree in, etc. So it is something that we track. I would say the job quality actually today is no worse than it was in 2019, and really the labor market part that is worse than it was pre-pandemic is more the unemployment and the participation that I've mentioned before.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I wrote down here, I don't know if I wrote it wrong, I think you said that if we do have the 25% tariff increase, that the inflation decreases?
That's the long term, in the long term. So the short-term impact is inflation goes up, the economic activity goes down. Because you have the tariffs, and particularly you have the retaliation, and so you get that tariff being passed through to consumers. So what happens first on day one is that inflation prices go up, but the economy also weakens. So the Bank of Canada, the way that they at least should be thinking about inflation and how they target it, is they can't do anything about what happens in day one. What they are targeting is getting inflation to 2% over what they call the medium term, which is in around 2 years' time. So they will judge, hopefully, that the weakening of the economy is enough to offset the short-term positive impact on inflation from the tariffs and actually drag inflation down in that year 2 scenario. So you have that first initial upward shift in inflation, but later on, it actually becomes a negative for inflation.
So would that drive the interest rate lower as well?
In our view, and again, we don't know for sure yet if the Bank of Canada agrees with this. They will be releasing some research next week within their monetary policy report. But in our view, in a tariff scenario, you would have lower interest rates than in a non-tariff scenario, because you need those interest rates to boost the economy and to make sure inflation is not too weak in that year 2 or year 3, which follows that initial upward shift in prices.
It's interesting when we were going through COVID, how the interest rate was so low and everything went up. So cost of everything. And that's why people are in trouble when they bought their houses, $200,000-300,000 more than really the value of it. And then after that, the interest went up, and now we're in trouble that way. But anyways, one last question I want to ask. Is there any type of business that you can think of that would benefit from the 25% tariff increase? I know,
So the way we think about it in terms of macroeconomics, when we think about kind of broad sectors like manufacturing and wholesale, I would have to say no. I'm sure there's specific businesses in specific industries that are either mostly importers or mostly exporters that would benefit at some point from the weakening of the Canadian dollar potentially, and that have demand in the US that is not sensitive to prices. So if you have demand, if there's no substitutability in the US and the consumer there has to pay a higher price for your good, then you can pass all that through to the end consumer. And so there are probably businesses that are like that, but in terms of the broad sectors that we think about, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
can I ask one more question real quick? Okay, so if the US does that, don't they lose money too? Because we are
Yes.
exporting. So I don't understand the reasoning, or are they going to look at it and say, hey, this doesn't work?
Well, that's the hope. I think, they're looking at it two ways. Firstly, they're looking at it, we ran a big trade deficit with the rest of the world. And the way President Trump thinks about that is that if it's not a balanced trade, then it's somehow unfair. And unfortunately, that's not how economics works, but that's the way he thinks about the world. The second way he's looking at it is if we place tariffs on our imports, we can get revenue. And if I can get revenue, then I can reduce taxes for some people or extend tax reductions, etc. So I can get some money for that. Now, in our view, and again, hopefully this plays out and some people talk sense into him, it would be imposing tariffs would be negative enough for the US economy, where you would also get a slower GDP growth rate, you would get probably a rise in the unemployment rate, consumer spending would go down, that it would hurt their economy as well. It's not going to hurt their economy as much as it is ours, just because of how sensitive we are to exports, but it would certainly be a negative for them as well. And that's why I think that, similar to what we saw with the steel and, aluminium tariffs that we saw during his first presidency, they were in effect for about a year. And, by a year's time, there were people in industry telling him, we're paying a high price for this. We don't like these tariffs. Like, we need these to be reduced. And so they were rescinded in the end. And I think that would happen again, where if tariffs are put on, it would surprise me if they lasted more than a year or two, because there would be a negative for the US economy as well.
Thank you.
Are there any other first-time speakers? Councillor Danko, could you take the chair, please? Thank you. Thank you very much for that, again, that presentation. The last time you were here, Mr. Grantham, I gave a little story before my question, and it was about my son, who was in high school at the time playing the stock market. And at the time of COVID, he surprised us all by putting all his chips in the luxury cruise industry, which we thought was just completely bonkers. Well, it wasn't, and he made out like a bandit. And I'm kind of skating between the question asked by Councillor Beattie and Councillor Pauls, trying to understand, to get at almost the same theme, but now within a much different context, and that's one of income and wealth inequality. I still follow the stock market, and I noted that Walmart's stock soared more than 70% in 2024, and that Dollarama has had a twofold increase in sales and revenue since 2015. So I am trying to understand, to Councillor Beattie's point, the independent retailer has been kind of rebuffed for quite some time now. And it's perhaps only those with income who can frequent those maybe higher end or closer and close proximity stores. I'm wondering if you could speak to the issue of income inequality within the context of tariffs, please and thank you.
Yeah, and I think for Canada at least, it's not necessarily an income inequality thing as much as it is a wealth inequality, because there's a lot of people have made a lot of money through their houses and the big appreciation that we've seen in house prices. And so there's been that big wealth accumulation. And if you're, and you typically find that, you know, if you are the son or daughter of someone who is a homeowner, you will be a homeowner as well, because they can use some of that wealth to help you buy a house, even with these high interest rates. Whereas if you are not, if you are the son or daughter of a renter, then you become a renter yourself as well. And so, you know, there's that kind of continuation there. I do think that it has worsened a little bit during the pandemic, just because of those big run-ups that we've seen in house prices. The big run-ups we've seen in the equity market in the US has also contributed to that wealth inequality a little bit. And maybe that's what you're seeing play out in the equity markets there, with the Dollaramas and the Walmarts kind of gaining, and there being some of that. I wouldn't necessarily say it's kind of the kind of the high end shops or the higher cost shops. I think what's been hollowed out more is kind of the middle of the retail space, rather than the top. It's been, the growth has been at the higher end and at the lower end, and it's the middle that's been kind of hollowed out because of this wealth inequality, and because also of the rise in the unemployment rate that we've seen.
Thank you. I really appreciate that context. I'll assume the chair. There are no first-time speakers. I'll recognize Councillor Clark as our second-time speaker.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. I appreciate that. My questions now are really to help me make sure that I understand the presentation that has been provided. So I'm looking at page 7 of your report, Mr. Grantham. And if I'm understanding this correctly, this is really a representation of the cohorts in the unemployment rate. So the unemployment rate for Canada currently, I think, is around 6 something. The unemployment rate in Hamilton is about 7.1%. And so this graph represents the two cohorts in terms of who's unemployed at the moment. Is that a fair representation of your report?
So yeah, this is showing how much those two cohorts have contributed to the increase in the unemployment rate since 2022. So this isn't the unemployment rate itself. This is the contribution to the increase in the unemployment rate. And you know, what we show in this chart is that back in April of last year, it was mainly a supply issue. The unemployment rate was higher because we had a lot of population growth that we couldn't find, or a lot of first-time people looking for jobs in the labor market, whether they're new graduates or people just moving to Canada. Whereas by the end of the year, it's also a demand issue as well. There's people who are kind of in the prime age of workers, people who haven't just moved to the country, who have also seen their unemployment rates rise relative to where we were in 2022.
Thank you. And on the next page, Chair, which would be page 8, it's the participation rate. And so if I understand this definition is referring to the number of people that are actually working. Is that correct?
So the participation rate is the people who are actually working and the people who are looking for jobs but aren't working. Okay, so this is kind of the employment rate and the unemployment rate. What this doesn't pick up is people who have stopped working or who have stopped looking for work. Now, in a aging population, which Canada is and most other developed economies are, this participation rate goes down because the more older people you have, they're not going to be looking for work, they've retired, so you expect the participation rate to go down. What this chart shows is that we can't blame the recent decline in participation on an aging population because our population hasn't actually been aging over the last 2 years because of the population growth that we've seen from immigration. So, this is not something we can necessarily say, oh, we were always going to see a decline in the participation rate. That's not true. It's actually people dropping out of the labor market, stopping looking for work because the labor market conditions are weak.
And to be clear, Chair, the participation rate can be different across the country. So different provinces could have a different participation rate, different municipalities could. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
So in Ontario, in Hamilton, Stats Can reported a 60.6% in 2023. Would you say that that has continued at that level, or would you know whether or not that has increased?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head if that's increased, but I think what we saw at a provincial level in Ontario anyway is that the labour market weakened a bit earlier than the rest of the country. So it wouldn't have surprised me if we saw that dip in the participation rate earlier. So maybe, hopefully, it's stabilizing now.
Okay, my last question, if I may, and it's really about disposable income. So I'm looking at page 9 of your report, and this is really dealing with increases in mortgage rates. If I recall correctly, in the last, or where we are today, so going forward a year and last year, at least 50% of all mortgages held by the top 6 banks were being renewed. And what I'm hearing anecdotally, and I can concur because it happened to me, mortgage rate costs have doubled in some cases and tripled in other cases. So the mortgage rate costs that people are now paying, their payments, not the interest rate, their payments, is having a demonstrable impact on disposable income. Would that be a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, and what this chart is showing is that it's still going to be an issue for in the coming couple of years, because we are starting to lap now in the second half of this year and through 2026. We will start with people who had a 5-year either fixed rate mortgage or a 5-year variable but with fixed payments will be renewing their mortgage. So the people who had those mortgages at the very low of interest rates, the very height of house prices, they will be remortgaging. And to make sure that hit from remortgaging isn't too great for them to have to cut consumer spending too much, it's our view that the fixed rate mortgages on offer now will have to come down a little bit further. As a central bank, how do you make sure those fixed rates come down? You have to not just cut interest rates, you have to cut interest rates more than what financial markets are already pricing in.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate the report. It was very informative, and some of these numbers for Hamilton leaves me a little bit concerned, but thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for the latitude.
Mr. Grantham, on behalf of this Budget Committee, thank you once again this year for sharing your very valuable time with us and your insights. We really appreciate your investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, to receive the presentation, it's moved by Councillor Danko and seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Please, show of hands. All hands are up. Elsie McRae? Thank you. We're on to 7.2, which is the 2025 tax budget overview. Before introductions begin, as your chair, I will offer some opening remarks. As we begin the process of budget deliberation, I wanted to share a few thoughts to frame our conversation and our work. I want to begin by acknowledging the hard work done by Mayor Horwath to present this budget. The introduction of strong mayor powers has changed the budget process considerably from how earlier budgets were presented. The province deemed it necessary to make these changes, and it is now our responsibility to work within this framework. This budget was designed based on the directives issued by the mayor, which aim to balance the significant demands facing the city with property tax impacts on Hamiltonians who continue to grapple with affordability challenges. It is now council's opportunity, should you choose, to put forward amendments to this budget. And Clerk Trenum will review the process for us again this morning. We are all aware that these budget deliberations will be a challenging process. We are faced with a multitude of issues that will test our ability to work collaboratively, patiently, and with a spirit of civic pride. Together, we must ensure a future-focused budget. Complex times have been made even more so by several pressing factors, including varied relationships with other levels of government, global economic challenges that have made life less affordable, and the urgent need to catch up on years of underinvestment in essential services due to excessive tax deficits from past years. Our city's infrastructure needs are among the most critical issues we must address in our budget deliberations. We are all acutely aware of the massive infrastructure needs our city has and the ever-growing backlog of repairs, upgrades, and projects essential to the well-being of our residents and the success of local businesses. This is a well-established fact. This is not a political statement. Hamilton cannot thrive without adequate and modern infrastructure, and it is our responsibility to ensure Hamilton's infrastructure needs are prioritized in this budget. But these challenges also hold opportunity. This is our chance to demonstrate leadership by committing to working together to make tough decisions in service to our city now and for generations to come. By committing to investing in our infrastructure, we can ensure Hamilton is prepared for what lies ahead. The 2025 budget process marks the third time we have collectively worked towards addressing the issues our city faces. Last year, many of you contributed unique and respectful amendments to address the concerns of residents and all of community. Your amendments were doable within the timeline of that budget. They were respectful of the time and the talent of city staff in terms of their scope of work. I would ask the same of all members this year. Every member of this council has a seat at this table and a role to play in building the budget. I trust that each of you will focus on constructive collaboration and demonstrate commitment to a budget that works for Hamiltonians. In addition to our work here, we must ensure that other levels of government come to the table with meaningful, sustainable investments. Municipalities from Sudbury to Sarnia, Kingston to Kenora, Timmins to Toronto are calling on the province to step up and into their responsibilities. Supportive housing, mental health and addiction services, and infrastructure needs to service growth and development. If Ontario's 444 municipalities can show unity, this horseshoe can too. Mayor Horwath has done her job and set out directives for staff to follow. Staff have done their job and presented us with a budget that follows those directives. It is now time to do our job. I am hopeful that we will do it well in honor of a city we love so much and that deserves our best efforts. Thank you. Clerk Trenum, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just an opportunity to remind everybody of the budget process that has been circulated in the meetings that we still have to come. Today is really focused on the budget overview, gaining new information on the budget documents that have been presented. It's an opportunity for members of council to ask questions that they have of the presentation and the documents that are provided. The meetings following next week will similarly be an opportunity to delve deeper into the agency boards and commissions and department budgets, an opportunity for members of council to ask additional questions and gain information needed to determine whether or not they would like to propose amendments. What you do see today is there are a number of notices of motion. It's just a reminder that council or the committee will be dealing with amendments or proposed amendments to the proposed budget on February 7th. So that's the day that we'll be actually looking at whether or not to consider those various amendments that may get proposed. You can provide a notice of motion today that that's coming, but it'll also be in order to bring those amendments on February 7th. I'll just ask Tamara to go to the next slide. This was circulated as well, the overview of the scenarios related to the report timelines. So any amendments that are proposed on February 7th, council considers those on February 12th. So that'll be the council meeting where this all goes to. Just highlighting the three scenarios. Scenario one, presuming there are no amendments, the budget is deemed to be adopted as of that date. If there are amendments, it follows through the other two scenarios that fall under the strong mayor powers. So again, if you have any questions on those, we can deal with them procedurally as we move through the budget meetings. I just wanted to highlight the process for the meetings that are to come, meaning today and the meetings next week really are focused on gathering additional information and answering the members of council's questions. And then on February 7th, we can consider those amendments.
Thank you, Clerk Trenum. And just a reminder to members, you were apprised of this roadmap on the 24th of December. I'd like to introduce our city manager, Marnie Clucky, who will be presenting some opening remarks.
Through you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm City Manager Marnie Clucky, and we thank you for the opportunity to present the proposed 2025 tax budget. As we look ahead to the coming year, our focus remains steadfast on building a strong and resilient Hamilton that continues to evolve as a thriving and growing city. This budget is a reflection of our shared commitment to responsible decision-making and strategic investments that address the most pressing challenges we face today, while securing a stable and prosperous future for generations to come. You'll notice that the chair and I had similar themes in this because we have this shared commitment. The 2025 tax budget has been developed with a focus on key priorities that matter most to our residents and communities. These include critical investments in transportation infrastructure, housing and homelessness strategies, rebuilding stronger from the cyber incident, and climate action initiatives. These areas of investment are not only essential to our city's growth, but are also fundamental to enhancing the quality of life for all Hamiltonians. This budget is more than just dollars and cents. It's about delivering programs and services that support residents and businesses and building the thriving community that Hamiltonians deserve. We recognize the economic challenges facing our community, particularly the rising cost of living and affordability pressures experienced by residents and businesses alike. We understand that times are tough. And as such, this budget aims to strike a careful balance to meet the growing demands for services and infrastructure while also ensuring responsible stewardship of public funds. Staff have been working hard to find efficiencies, maximize our resources, and keep things as affordable as possible. The approach presented today includes exploring revenue streams, making smart use of our financial reserves, and maintaining our strong credit rating to support long-term financial sustainability. As we navigate these challenges and opportunities, engagement with our community remains at the forefront of our efforts, and we are committed to working alongside our residents, our businesses, and stakeholders to make informed decisions that reflect the needs and desires of our growing city. And our GM will speak a little bit about how we've done this and will continue to do this in the upcoming slides. So I see I've been remiss in terms of letting you know about the overall agenda, but after my introduction, GM Zagarek will present the proposed 2025 tax operating budget and the proposed 2025 tax capital budget. I'll ask that the slide advance, please. Thanks. So tough decisions on budgets must always be made, and it is no easy feat for the mayor and council members. We know it is a challenge to meet all of the needs with limited resources. But I want to assure you as a starting point that we have a dedicated and skilled financial team here at the city. The 2024 budget was prepared according to the standards set by the Government Finance Officers Association, and the GFOA, as you know, recently recognized the City of Hamilton's finance team with the Distinguished Budget Award for its 2024 budget presentation. This award is given to local governments that meet the highest principles of governmental budgeting and meet nationally recognized guidelines for effective budgeting. And the finance team has built on this in the 2025 budget presentation under the principles that you see on the screen. Please advance the slide. I also want to point out that Hamilton's strong financial standing is further demonstrated by our AAA stable credit rating from S&P Global Ratings, a distinction we have proudly maintained since June 2022. This is the highest possible rating and places us among a very select few single-tier municipalities with this achievement, and I think it highlights our city's strong financial position and our commitment to responsible fiscal management. S&P assesses Hamilton across 6 key rating factors. That's institutional framework, economy, financial management, budgetary performance, liquidity, and debt burden. And we have achieved the highest scores possible for institutional framework, economy, liquidity, and debt burden. Our financial management is rated at the 2nd highest level, and while our budgetary performance rating has slightly decreased, it does continue to reflect our dedication to investing in infrastructure responsibly while ensuring affordability. This rating also means we can continue investing in important projects with lower borrowing costs, ensuring better value for our taxpayers. So our credit rating is very important. S&P highlighted Hamilton's diversified and resilient economy, along with our very high liquidity, which remains a major strength in maintaining our credit stability. Looking ahead, S&P's stable outlook reflects confidence in our ability to manage increased spending while sustaining positive financial results. I think it's important as we enter into this budget presentation that you're aware that we do come with this strong financial position. Next slide, please. As you know, with the new provincial legislation, the 2025 proposed budget is being introduced using strong mayor powers. This legislation requires mayors to present or direct staff to present a budget. We have a strong mayor, not just because of the powers, but because of strong leadership in terms of our financial prudence. And she has directed us to present a budget that is responsive to economic challenges that residents are facing, particularly the rising cost of living and the ongoing affordability crisis. This slide outlines some of the key directives received to ensure fiscal responsibility while addressing our community needs. And with these methods, the goal was to ensure an accountable and transparent process that maximizes our resources while addressing the economic hardships faced by residents and prioritizing services and assets that directly serve the people of Hamilton. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, tough decisions on budgets must always be made, and we are currently faced with many challenges, such as homelessness and housing pressures, downloaded costs from provincial policy changes, the impact of global inflation, and for us, recovering from last year's cyber attack while strengthening our systems for the future. We also have ambition and opportunity. This year's budget underscores a commitment to maintaining our assets in good condition, improving infrastructure like roads and transit, enhancing our emergency services, long-term care, public safety, and housing and homelessness investments. It aims to balance strategic investments with affordability and to help build a city that's thriving, inclusive, and financially resilient. So I'm going to wrap it up now with a few thank yous before I turn it over to GM Finance. So first, I'd like to thank the mayor for her clear directive to ensure this balance in support of the community, the budget chair and vice chair for their diligent work, and to the mayor and all of council for your ongoing commitment to prudent financial management. Also, of course, to GM Zagaric and his finance team for their many long hours in developing this budget at a challenging time, and all staff who contributed to the 2025 proposed budget. As I've often said, budgeting is a team sport, and it takes a large team to be successful at it. So with that, I'd like to turn things over to our GM of Finance and Corporate Services, GM Zagaric.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Through the budget chair, if I can, I too would like to start with thank yous. Thank you to senior leadership team and their departmental leadership teams. I know a lot of hard work has gone into our 2025 budget process, recognizing these are not necessarily normal times for us, and so a lot of hard work during recent disruptions. So again, my appreciation to senior leadership team and to the departmental leadership team. My appreciation as well to our finance team and to individuals who are with us today. I want to just recognize Acting Director Kirk Weaver, who has stepped up and done a great job filling in for Director Brian McMullen, as Director McMullen has been focused on our cyber incident response, as well as Acting Supervisor Kayla Petrowski-Fleming, who has stepped up for one of our team members who has been seconded over to Hamilton Police Services to provide some financial leadership support to Hamilton Police Services. So to Kirk and to Kayla, my appreciation, my thank you, and my apologies for last night's 11 p.m. call on today's presentation. So on that note, it's my pleasure to be before committee to present the 2025 proposed budget. As City Manager Clucky spoke to and identified, the budget very much aligns with the mayoral directive for 2025, and I hope you see that through the balance of this presentation. But with respect to some areas where it aligns directly to the directive, similar to last year, you have before you a proposed tax budget that's a combination of operating and capital. Now, I will note that while the information was presented to committee and the public on January 13th, because of some timelines and challenges with respect to timelines, one change. The overview report came under separate cover. So in the past, it would have formed part of the budget documents in the books. So again, just flagging that, just in case there's some questions regarding whether or not the content is different from last year. It is not different from last year. It's just the way it was presented in that the overview, again, came under a separate cover. We've heard reference to balancing, and you're going to see through the balance of this presentation a lot of challenges and a lot of efforts in developing responsible and sustainable strategies and approaches to many competing demands and how to balance those demands across expenditures and investments and across our continued limited financial tools. And we'll speak and unpack that a bit through the balanced presentation. As in 2024, because of some of those challenges, we've developed a reserve strategy, and that was a multi-year reserve strategy. And so you'll see the continuation of that reserve strategy for the most part. It's a continuation of what was presented and approved in principle by council in 2024, but again, some minor changes to that reserve strategy. City Manager Clucky spoke to the city's financial position and our strong financial position. As it relates to that flexibility that provides, you'll see, again, in part, as it relates to our reserve strategy, our use of debt, how we've tried to balance those competing demands with maintaining the strong financial position and our AAA credit rating. And finally, you'll see a series of new investments as it relates to council priorities that are reflected in the 2025 tax-supported budget. The mayoral directive included some additional engagement with the public beyond the 2 dedicated public delegation dates. And more specifically, the mayoral directive referenced the use of a web tool so that citizens can experience what you, as elected officials, experience, the challenges of competing demands and investments and some of the limitations that we face with respect to the revenue tools. So we leveraged a tool that other municipalities leverage. It's referred to as the Balancing Act. It's a tool that allows citizens to experience and prioritize investments across city services. And effectively, it's a sliding ruler in that they get to pick and choose where they see priorities, and you see offsetting changes as it relates to the overall investment envelope. The Balancing Act was open November 21st, and it just closed on January 17th. Staff are preparing a separate report, standalone report, that we'll bring forward to committee that provides some further detail as it relates to what our citizens shared with us through the Balancing Act in terms of priorities, as well as it provided opportunity for comments, for citizens to share comments with the City of Hamilton and with City Council as it relates to their priorities for 2025. It really is a unique experience for citizens to, as I've said, to really experience what you as elected officials are facing through the balance of our budget deliberations. And that is trying to balance those competing demands for investments along with the affordability challenge that we are facing. What you'll see on this slide is there are some themes that staff are identifying through some preliminary review of the reporting. One of those themes center around affordability, and we've heard that term a number of times already this morning, affordability of property taxes. Housing was one of the most frequent addressed categories, meaning it was one of the most, it is a category that majority of the participants engaged in terms of a priority. Another category was Hamilton Police Services, and it was as well one of the most frequently addressed categories. And finally, one of the other pieces of feedback or information that citizens shared with us was the opportunity or interest in higher penalties for individuals who have vacant units. So those are just some preliminary reporting. And again, you'll receive a more comprehensive report through the balance of our deliberations regarding feedback. As City Manager Clucky identified, this is the first year that we've introduced this tool. We had approximately 360 participants over that period, opportunity for us to continue to elevate the participation through future years and pursue other opportunities on how to promote the tool with citizens through subsequent budget processes and deliberations. The 2025 tax budget very much addresses a number of council's strategic priorities, and I won't go through detailed reading off of this slide, but as it relates to advancing the city's strategic priorities, you'll see reference to investments as it relates to climate change action plan, the Parks Master Plan with respect to West Harbour, and our Airport Employment Growth District in the context of sustainable economic and ecological development. The next category, safe and thriving neighborhoods. I won't read through all of the strategies and initiatives, but you'll see through the presentation, you'll see through the budget documents, how these strategies are further advanced through 2025 or the continuation of previous commitments of council as it relates to these strategies. With respect to responsiveness and transparency, there's proposed investments as it relates to our digital strategy, as well as customer service and public engagement. Under the theme of building back better and stronger, you'll see the opportunity with respect to our cybersecurity recovery and rebuild and some specific projects that not only improve with respect to our IT infrastructure, but will improve the customer experience as well as the experience for city employees through the modernization of some of our systems. With respect to public health and safety, you'll see a number of investments as it relates to paramedic services, long-term care, Hamilton Police Services, as well as the request from Hamilton Police Services relating to public safety answering service 911. Infrastructure. Infrastructure is a prominent theme as it relates to the 2025 budget. I hope I do a successful job in highlighting this morning the extent and level of investment that the city is proposing through the 2025 tax budget. With respect to capital infrastructure or infrastructure, just some general numbers that suggest the magnitude of what is being proposed for 2025. Approximately a 58% increase in our gross capital investment in 2025. That investment includes investments in transportation, as City Manager Cluckey alluded to in her opening comments, towards transit, towards parks, towards roads, urban, rural, and again, I'll further unpack that and break that down. But just wanting, and I'll continue to do this through the balance of my presentation today, is to identify the magnitude of the proposed infrastructure investments. And that, as has already been referenced through the chair, is the investment strategy in infrastructure supports not only growth, and growth as a prominent theme as it relates to our infrastructure, but addressing our infrastructure backlog and our infrastructure deficit in both our core services, non-core services. And as was referenced in the mayoral directive, it aligns with our asset management strategy and continues to support the investments necessary to support the 70 services that our citizens expect and rely on. So again, infrastructure is a prominent theme for 2025. Provincial legislative changes has an impact on our 2025 budget. You'll see it's not as significant of an impact for 2025, but we'll break it down for you in terms of how the relationship is changing in social services, how it's changing as it relates to our revenue tools, like development charges, and the need for real fiscal partnership from senior levels of government in order for the city to deliver the services our taxpayers rely on and expect, as well as the infrastructure necessary to support those services. As already referenced, the budget does address the continuity of services investments in infrastructure, but strikes a balance with respect to affordability. And you'll see this in our operating, our efforts from senior leadership team as it relates to mitigating some of our operating pressures in 2025, as well as our capital financing strategy for 2025. There's a number of key investments that align to Council's priorities that are reflected in our 2025 budget. As City Manager Cluckey identified, it leverages the city's strong financial position to manage affordability. That strong financial position is giving us some flexibility to manage affordability, not only in 2025, but it provided us some support in 2024 as it relates to affordability. So you'll see that as an example as it relates to our reserve strategy. It responds to rapid legislative changes as well as the the need for a new fiscal relationship with senior levels of government. And it calls for continued support from senior levels of government as it relates to housing and homelessness and infrastructure funding. This is consistent with the mayor's presentation to the province's Fiscal and Economic Affairs Standing Committee. I believe that was last week, where the mayor highlighted the need for investment not only in housing and shelter, but the wraparound services that support housing and shelter system. And as it relates to infrastructure, the much needed fiscal support from senior levels of government, not only as it relates to our tax programs, but as well our rate-supported programs, such as the Dundas Wastewater Treatment Plant and our Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant. So if I bring you back to 12 months ago, when Council received our 2024 proposed tax budget, we deliver multi-year budgets, and last year what we were forecasting for 2025 was a residential tax increase of 8.2%. Staff started with that forecast as we prepared our fall budget outlook for 2025. What we identified was some changes in the forecast around the assessment growth, favorable assessment growth at that time. While we were assuming 1%, we were projecting in the fall 1.4%. The deferral of reassessment, and again, I expect we won't see a reassessment cycle not only for 2025, but likely not for 2026, because the runway that MPAC requires in order to do reassessment is about a 12-month runway. So the provincial government would have to set in motion either through a budget or a economic statement reassessment. So again, it was amended as it relates to 2025, and my message is I don't expect a reassessment for 2026, given the challenges that MPAC would face with such an aggressive timeline. As well, senior leadership team made efforts to identify some departmental savings, and that represented about a 0.8% reduction in our position. And that included some uploading savings as it relates to our recycling program that the provincial government was assuming. So that effectively brought us to 5.8%. But then there were a number of investments in priority areas that were accounted for in our outlook. And those investments included investments in reducing homelessness and managing encampments, investments in the facility in Waterdown that supports Hamilton Fire, Police, as well as the 911 call center. Main Street upgrades, the paramedic reporting station, investments in Macassa Lodge, and a number of other investments. And you may recall that brought us to a 6.9% outlook forecast for 2025. So staff, since the fall, we've continued to review departmental budgets, operating budgets, capital programs, in preparation of the proposed budgets. And what was captured in the proposed budget were additional investments in city departments, and that represented 1.6%. Important to note, this includes council referred items. It includes business cases. I'll note business cases at that time would have included some business cases that had a net levy impact, and I'll speak to that a little further through some of the reductions noted below, as well as investments in enhancing services, such as transit, conventional transit, accessible transit, as well as housing. The Hamilton Police Services Board approved their proposed 2025 budget, and that represented about a 0.5% change relative to what we were assuming in our fall economic, our fall budget outlook. As well, Hamilton Police Services has requested that the City of Hamilton enter into agreement with Hamilton Police Services as it relates to the public safety answering service. This is a service that currently Hamilton Police Service supports and delivers, referred to as 911 more commonly. The relationship in terms of municipalities and police service varies across the province, and Hamilton Police Services are seeking an agreement with the City of Hamilton to move to a model that is common in some jurisdictions. It's referred to as chargeback model. Police Services would continue to deliver the service, and the City of Hamilton would be charged for the delivery of that service. In part, this is a bit of a piggyback to the 911 facility and the approach that we've taken with respect to not only Hamilton Police Services, Hamilton Fire, and potentially Hamilton Paramedic Services in the future. Part of the rationale or opportunity with respect to this approach may be, and it's subject to further discussions and data and information from Hamilton Police Services, if 911 supports services, emergency services other than police, for example, paramedic services is advocating to the province to cost share 50-50 a portion of those costs. So just flagging in terms of the change as it relates to the public safety answering service. So that brought us to a 9.4% position for 2025. Senior leadership team continued to review the budgets. Finance continued to review our financing strategies, operating and capital in the context of affordability. And what we've reflected in the forecast, in keeping with the directive from the mayor regarding options, is what we've incorporated is the option of cash flowing some of our major infrastructure investments. There are some infrastructure investments that will take 2 to 3 years from start to completion. And what you'll see before you in the budget documents is cash flowing those investments. These will include Macassa Lodge, the Transit Maintenance Storage Facility, the Paramedic Reporting Center. And so recognizing these are significant capital investments, it's effectively cash flowing and spreading that cost in terms of the financing request of council over 2 to 3 years. That provided some relief in terms of our current position. Noting these are commitments. Once we start these processes, there's no going back in terms of committing to these projects. Also wanting to flag is some of these projects are tied to partnership agreements with the province and federal government, such as the Transit Maintenance Storage Facility. So we need to ensure we continue to align with expected completion dates with respect to those programs so that we can fully leverage our funding from senior levels of government. Business cases and council referred items, there's a reduction of approximately 0.8. This is exclusively business cases. As I mentioned previously, SLT identified a number of opportunities for investment, both in terms of improving service as well as improving our performance. What SLT put forward as an option and has been reflected in our current position is only those business cases that do not have a net levy impact, where there's an alternative funding source, whether it's fees or charges, where there may be an efficiency. In one case, there's the opportunity to hire a staff person and reduce our reliance on a consultant to do some work. And so those are examples of some of the business cases that are included in the budget documents. Important to note that as per the directive, the mayor asked that all council referred items and business cases be scored against council priorities. Those business cases and council referred items have been scored, and they've been included into your budget documents as well as an appendix to the budget document. With respect to contingency non-program revenues, we've reviewed some of our non-program revenues. One of those is our Provincial Offences Act revenues, and while we are forecasting a decrease in our revenues for 2025, we've revised that reflecting on 2024 and brought that back in line with what was assumed in our 2024 budget. Operating impacts of capital. These are resources, both in terms of staffing and financial resources, that are necessary to implement previously approved projects, capital projects that council's approved. This, again, would include staffing as well as some financial resources. For instance, if it's one of those projects actually is the transit maintenance facility. And staff have reviewed the timing for substantial completion of that project and have then amended the timing necessary for the staff and the operating impacts. That's one example of reviewing our capital projects and the necessary operating resources, both staff and financial. And you'll see at the tail end of the presentation, we continue to do those reviews, and there's a further adjustment that we'll be capturing through subsequent updates. Gapping. Gapping relates to vacancies. Committee will know that we've been increasing our gapping savings into the budget in terms of what we're assuming as well through the cyber reports, the commitment from senior leadership team to absorb the staffing impacts in 2025 as it relates to our cyber resiliency, as well as our Build Back Better transformation office. And so you'll see through a subsequent slide the commitment towards offsetting approximately $3 million in staffing impacts as it relates to cyber resilience, as well as the Build Back Better portfolio office. And effectively then, that brings us to our current position of a 6.3% residential tax increase. Gapping. As I mentioned previously, we have been increasing our forecast for gapping savings, and that in part is reflective of past experience around gapping and what we've recognized as it relates to our gapping savings historically. Exclusive of, when we look back historically, we had 3 years that were somewhat of an anomaly, which were the pandemic, specifically the pandemic and post-pandemic, where we had some extraordinary gapping savings. But what we've tried to do is align with typically what we would have experienced, which was around $9 million in non-pandemic periods. As referenced, we're committed towards working towards $3.8 million in additional savings as relates to gapping for 2025, and that in part relates to that 0.3% on the earlier slide. The 2025 tax-supported operating capital budget total $2.8 billion. That's approximately $400 million greater than 2024, and the $2.8 billion goes to support the 70 distinct city services that our citizens rely on as it relates to their quality of life. It also includes a number of key investments. The 6.3% then translates into a average residential tax increase of about $318. That assumes an average assessment of $387,000. And so people need to be mindful. I know committee and council, you're quite aware, assessed value is very different than market value. So an average citizen should not assume that a assessed value of $387,000 necessarily is market value, nor should they assume that if their home has a market value of $600,000, they're going to realize a tax increase 2 times what is being proposed. It's all relative. All properties are assessed in the same manner. Also important to note, all properties are assessed as of a date of January 1st, 2016. So if citizens are thinking, my home today is worth 600,000, 800,000, they need to go back to January 1st, 2016 and think about what their home was valued at that time. With respect to the $2.8 billion, you'll see it's broken down by the various departments and divisions and services. You'll see some of the more prominent areas are social services, transportation, transit. We'll talk a little more, a little further on in the presentation around capital financing, public health emergency services, and administration. So again, this provides a breakdown of the $2.8 billion across the organization and across some of the services. As I mentioned, $2.8 billion represents an increase of about $409 million relative to the approved 2024 budget. Approximately $174 million of the $409 million is related to gross operating expenditures. And it's an increase of about 8% or thereabouts in gross operating expenditures. Capital makes up the balance of about $235 million. And as I mentioned previously, that's an increase of about 58% relative to 2024. So with respect to the $174 million in operating pressures, I'll try to unpack what's driving some of these expenditures. First off, we heard a bit from Andrew today about inflation. So inflation is very much reflected in our budget. On our operating budget, it's reflected in our commitments as it relates to collective bargaining. Those collective bargaining commitments in part relate to inflation. If you think back to when those agreements were settled, we were experiencing some extraordinary inflation, and that in part was reflected in the outcome of our collective bargaining. It also captures employer benefits, employee benefits. What we continue to see is an escalation in benefit costs. Somewhere in the area ranges from 9 to 12%. So that as well is impacting our operating costs within our employee expense category. So with respect to social services, it represents an increase of about $44 million. Some of the increase relates to, for instance, long-term care. And what we're seeing is an increase in funding from the province of Ontario towards long-term care, a very positive change in terms of the relationship. And for instance, approximately $3.5 million of additional funding that is required to be invested into improving the care plans for our long-term care residents, in part working towards that commitment of 4 hours of care per long-term care resident. So again, that's additional funding that is going to support additional staffing in our long-term care homes. Approximately 36 additional staff will be added into our long-term care homes funded through the $3.5 million from the province of Ontario. Conversely, there are changing relationships that is having a negative impact in terms of social services. With respect to childcare services, the provincial government amended the administration cost sharing, whereby it increased funding by 10%, and that now has changed to 5%. And so that's going to represent a pressure to the city for 2025. Paramedic services, last year's investment in nurse practitioners as it relates to the hospital emergency drop-off and trying to positively impact any delays for paramedic services, that as well is reflected in the investment for social services and in part funded by the province of Ontario. With respect to, moving on now from social services, with respect to transportation, sorry, I'm going to stay on social services. Some additional funding for Hamilton Paramedic Services as they expand their neonatal transportation services. So that's an improvement in our 2025 tax-supported budget. As well, under social services, you'll see through our presentations, departmental presentations, and GM Byrne will speak to the opportunity to invest some additional Ontario Works funding towards not only our Ontario Works program, but some of our other social services programs. This in part relates to an increase in funding from the province of Ontario for Ontario Works Administration. This has been funding municipalities have been long waiting for. And in fact, this is a result of a change in the funding agreement between the province and municipalities that has been unchanged since 2018. So this is bringing us back to that 50-50% cost sharing for Ontario Works cost shared programs. What this will mean in part is the opportunity for our colleagues in Ontario Works to provide the necessary support to their clients. What's driving this is our caseload numbers are increasing. And so as our caseload numbers increase, we need to have the staffing in place to support those individuals who are now entering into Ontario Works and need the support from our Ontario Works staff and team. And Jim Burton will unpack this, I think, a little further through the departmental presentations. Moving on to housing. You'll see that housing is reflected as an increase of about $26 million. $5 million of that $26 million is related to what you may recall staff describing as benchmarking or Gazette funding. This is and the mortgage funding that housing providers would have received from the federal government that they are no longer receiving. And so the municipality is providing some traditional funding to housing providers in the hope that that fiscal relationship changes such that senior levels of government are providing the adequate level of funding. In this case, not to the City of Hamilton, it really goes to benefit our housing providers. In addition, that $5 million is also made up of additional funding for shelter providers and housing providers to offset some inflationary pressures they're experiencing in 2025. It also includes the additional $600,000 to meet Council's approved commitment of $1.25 million in support for food banks. It also includes a number of staff that were approved through some council-referred housing and homelessness projects that were approved in 2024, but that have some annualization impacts in 2025, meaning that council approved the staffing as of June 2024, and now we have to account for and capture the full year, the balance of the remaining 6 months. And over and above, there's approximately $6.4 million in program enhancements that were approved in 2024 that are reflected in that in the $26 million figure. Also, I'll just flag that $26 million figure reflects $14 million that we are expecting for housing and homelessness from senior levels of government through the balance of 2025. And we'll talk a bit more about that in a subsequent slide. With respect to planning and economic development, some of the investments include the annualization of our safe apartments and rent evictions investments that council approved in 2024, as well as some additional investments as it relates to building permit application specialists, as well as a training coordinator to improve our customer service response to the development and building community. With respect to transit, Transit, you'll see, represents a $12 million gross expenditure change. Part of that is inflation as it relates to the employee-related costs for transit, fuel costs, but it also includes approximately 52,000 additional hours of transit, which is year 9 of the 10-year transit strategy. So again, within that figure is the costs associated with an additional 52,000 hours of transit. It also includes additional accounting for additional demand for accessible transit. In 2024, staff identified demand for accessible transit exceeded forecasts by about 4%. And so that is reflecting what was experienced in 24 and ensuring that we have the appropriate budget for 2025. And then finally, the breakdown does include, these figures do include council referred items and business cases, and again, business cases having a net levy impact of 0. With respect to the 2025 proposed housing and homelessness investments, this is a graphic you may be familiar with as it relates to 2024. You would have seen this graphic in 2024. What's changed? We are reporting a gross expenditure for housing and homelessness of $192 million versus $186 million in 2024. What's also changed is the municipal contribution is edging up slightly from 67%, or about $125 million, to 68% and $130 million. What has also changed, you'll see that the federal and provincial commitments represent about $48 million. You'll also note we have built in the expectation of an additional $14 million from senior levels of government with respect to housing and homelessness in 2025. Assuming, and we are assuming, that senior levels of government come through with respect to the $14 million. Important to note, that will bring them back to the level of financial support they provided in 2024. Exclusive of that commitment, we would be reporting and capturing a decrease in federal and provincial support for housing in 2025 relative to 2024. So important that we realize that level of commitment from senior levels of government. And just tying back to the mayoral directive, this is reflective of the directive as well as the mayor's message to the provincial budget pre-consultations surrounding housing, homelessness, mental supports, as well as some of the other investments the city is requesting from the provincial government. So we talked a bit about the expenditures and $2.8 billion. Important to report in terms of our financing strategy for the $2.8 billion. You'll see we continue to be reliant on property taxes. Some of our other funding sources include development charges, reserves, and again, these are gross, so it includes growth projects as well as existing state of good repair capital projects and investments in operating. So again, reserves include development charge reserves as it relates to growth projects, and then some capital reserves, for example, for vehicles and fleet and park acquisition as an example. Some fees, payment in lieu of taxes, supplementary taxes, government grants and subsidies, and then other revenues, which would include debt as another revenue. Just wanting to flag in consideration of some of the delegations that committee had heard about in terms of the affordability of the city's fees and charges. You'll see as it relates to development charges, that is one of the primary tools that we have available to us as it relates to supporting the province's growth forecasts of 1.5 million additional homes over the next 10 years, as well as non-residential growth. Exclusive of these tools, it really is another balancing exercise. If we forego development charge revenues under legislation, we have to make it up here. And again, if you forego development charges, it doesn't mean that the costs go away. We still have to upgrade our Woodward wastewater treatment plant for growth. We have to make investments in terms of roads and transportation and transit and recreation facilities and fire and police. So just flagging the importance of all of these revenue tools and the fact that we are reliant on not only property taxes and development charges, but you'll see we're reliant on taxes on property. That's our primary source of revenue. We leverage fees and charges and taxes against property. We don't have the same tools other levels of government have, such as consumptive taxes. And so just identifying that more so for the community than for council and for staff. So with respect to the 6.3%, that again would represent an increase of about $318 for an average household. You'll see it broken down. 2.1% of the 6.3, about a third is for infrastructure. This is for state of good repair as well as for growth-related infrastructure. City services would represent 2% of the 6.3, so roughly about another third, and that represents just short of $100. Police services would represent 1.1%. We talked a bit about public safety answering point. That would represent just short of another 0.5%. Provincial impact legislated services, 0.5%, and other boards, agencies, 0.2%. And that's a breakdown of the 6.3% and a breakdown of the corresponding $318 per household. Shown in a different way, you'll see that as relates to infrastructure, again, about a third of the increases for infrastructure, a third for city services. I'll just highlight again, city services is not reflective of a maintenance budget. This includes investments in the transit strategy, includes investments in housing, and investments in some of the other programs I spoke to earlier, as well as council referred items. You'll see that Hamilton Police Service, as well as the public safety answering service, is about 1.5%, and then provincial impacts is approximately 0.5%. With respect to balancing, and you'll maybe recall this slide from last year's presentation, and I think it's important more so for the community than necessarily for committee and council, because you understand this. An average residential, assuming a 6.3% residential increase, an average household would expect to pay just short of $5,400 in property taxes. Approximately 2,200 of that 5,400, 40%, council has no authority or ability to affect in terms of services or costs. No, in the case of education, we collect it, we remit about $600 per household. In the case of Hamilton Police Services, that is under the authority of the board, and council has some limited authorities with respect to appealing the levy or referring the budget back for consideration. Limited ability to affect around housing, social services, public health, and emergency services. So approximately 40% of our budget, council has limited ability to affect affordability. Also, and I apologize for doing this, I'm going to flip back to this slide. $174 million, you'll recall, in our gross operating expenditures. 60% of those expenditures, $110 million, are in these program areas. So what's driving in part our budget are services that council cannot impact in terms of the service level or the costs associated with it. And I only highlight that in the context of affordability and balancing. These are the challenges municipalities are facing. As we balance affordability against the remaining 60%, the challenge becomes the level of taxation, the reliance on revenues that may not be sustainable, or reducing service levels, including deferring capital as strategies. Municipalities are limited in terms of our flexibility. So again, just wanting to highlight, I know committee and council understand this well, more so for the general public, is as the general public, understandably so, are facing an affordability challenge, is City Council is limited in terms of how to deliver on that affordability objective, given the fact that about 40% of property taxes, council has little or no ability to impact. I won't go through this slide in any detail. A lot of this information is in the budget documents. You'll hear through the departmental presentations, their proposed budgets, as well as boards and agencies. A few things I will highlight. You'll recall we started the budget process off with an assumption of 1% assessment growth. We're now reporting 1.6% assessment growth. So stronger than where we started. In the outlook, we assumed 1.4%. Our final number has now come in at 1.6%. And we'll have a subsequent report once we have a better sense of what drove that 1.6%, just for the benefit of committee and council. In 2024 was 1.8%, of which non-residential made up about 0.8%. We had a strong year in terms of non-residential. Historically, we were about 0.4% non-residential. It was double that level of assessment growth in 2024. So just wanting to highlight that, in that had a favorable impact as it relates to our current position. Tax policy shifts, not a reassessment period, but there are still tax policy shifts. We are restricted in passing on the full budget impact to our industrial property owners. They're a protected class, and we only pass on 0.5%. The other class that remains to be protected, and it may be this year or it may be next year that council has to make a decision, is multi-residential. Multi-residential has been a protected class since 2017 because our tax ratio threshold exceeded the provincial. We may be approaching that threshold either in 2025, if not 25, very likely 2026. And that'll be a future conversation regarding whether or not to pass on all or part of the budget impacts to multi-residential, or continue to freeze and protect multi-residential. So again, multi-residential have not seen a tax impact as it relates to reassessment or annual budgets. They effectively had the same tax burden that they have had since 2017. With respect to provincial and federally legislated services, you would have seen this graphic last year, just wanting to flag some changes in terms of the relationship. So just highlighting that the increase in municipal contribution over this time period has increased by about 50%, versus provincial and federal about 40%. You'll see it's increased in 2025 relative to 2023 by about $50 million. What's driving that provincial and federal increase? 60% of that is childcare. $29 million towards the $10 a day goal of childcare services. So that represents a significant portion of the increase. We talked a bit about Ontario Works in terms of some additional funding for Ontario Works, as well as paramedic services. Some of the ways that the relationship is not improving, I mentioned earlier, in terms of childcare program, a decrease in funding for our childcare program. The one area that I'll identify here, because I don't have a slide necessarily to flag, is one of the changes in the 2025 budget relative to 2024 surrounds housing. Not affordable housing or social housing. It's about working with the province towards their goal of 1.5 million homes in 10 years. You'll recall in 2023, we exceeded our housing target by about 120%. And that represented about $17.6 million in building faster funding from the province. We are not expecting to meet our housing target. I think you heard through the delegations, through one of the delegates, that maybe only 2 jurisdictions in Ontario will meet their housing targets. The province of Ontario, through their fall economic statement, identified that they will not meet their housing targets for 24, 25, 2026, and 2027. So what this represents is about just short of $18 million in provincial funding for growth-enabling infrastructure. And so here's one of the challenges we face as we prepare to support growth through investments in our infrastructure program. Once again, we're seeing erosion in terms of the financial support from senior levels of government, in this case, the province of Ontario under BFF. Our ask would be that those housing targets be adjusted to more reflect what the province themselves are forecasting for 2024 and 2025. Exclusive of those amendments, then our assumption of foregoing approximately $18 million will come to fruition. The other issue I just want to bring to the awareness of committee is that housing target is also tied to our Housing Accelerator Fund. The approximately 2,300 to short of 2,400 additional homes. If that housing target does not change provincially, federally, the municipality forgoes the last year of the 4-year commitment, just short of $24 million. And not only is that an impact to our affordable housing investment strategy, that's an impact to our development community because we've invested a portion of those funds to improve the customer experience for our development community. So I do want to flag that our hope is that senior levels of government will adjust their targets to be more reflective of what's happening provincially in terms of the housing targets. But again, just wanting to flag is we've been conservative in the budget, and I believe we've been accurate in the budget in that we're not assuming that level of funding given the targets that currently exist. Moving along, these are the boards and agencies proposed 2025 operating budgets. And again, you'll receive some additional information from some of the boards and agencies as they come before council and present their proposed budgets. That represents overall a 9.7% increase, of which approximately $4 million funded from capital and the balance of approximately $26 million from operating. Staffing complement. 2024, our approved complement is approximately 6,570. There were a number of investments council made in 2024 around safe apartments, renovictions, that while the program was approved, the full complement was spread out over 2 years. So these are not new. programs in that these are the staffing that are necessary to deliver those programs in 2025. So that represents approximately 34 FTE. Our transit strategy represents approximately 46 additional FTE. Again, as already referenced, we are forecasting 52,000 additional hours. That will require additional vehicles, and that requires staff to deliver the service, and that represents approximately 46 FTEs. There's a number of operating impacts of capital that are broken down into the budget documents. Transit is a prominent theme as well in terms of our 2025 budget. Approximately 41 of the 58 positions operating impacts of capital are for the transit maintenance and storage facility. There are other investments as it relates to biodiversity, other investments as it relates to administration, the example of less reliance on consultant and staff, some other investments in terms of increasing our ability to ensure that we have proper oversight over leases. So you'll see a breakdown of the overall complement in the budget documents. I'll flag, while 41 positions are currently reflected in the 58 for the maintenance and storage facility, you're going to see in a slide, I promise is coming up soon, near the end, of a further deferral of approximately 17 FTEs into 2026. And again, this is because of the timing of the project and the need for those resources. So in total, operating impacts of capital are 58. Council referred items, these are documented. In the budget book are 16. There's a number of business cases, again, zero net levy, that are included in your budget documents and will form part of the departmental presentations. That represents just short of 30, and that would represent a change of 184 FTEs relative to 2024. Reserve strategy. With respect to 2025, you'll see that we are reflecting a draw on reserves in our operating program of about $63 million. $3.9 million of that is for our housing stability investment roadmap. And that $3.9 million in part reflects, we have heard from Electra that they have revised their dividend forecast for 2025 by approximately $3.9 million. Our housing sustainability investment roadmap reflected that funding source. We're not suggesting reducing the investment. We're suggesting using our investment reserve for 2 years. In that $3.9 million was a commitment for 2025 and 2026, and it would sunset in 2026. So we're not suggesting a reduction in investment. We're just recommending a change in the funding source. Property tax affordability strategy represents about $27 million. About $20 million of the $27 million is for employee-related costs. When we set out our budgets in 2023 and 2024, we were more conservative with respect to the collective agreement negotiations. And so we had to fund the difference in terms of what we assumed and carried in contingency relative to the final outcome of the collective agreements. And rather than a significant increase in 1 year, we've spread it out. And so by spreading it out, we're drawing approximately $20 million from reserve in 2025. And you'll see through the next slide is our strategy to sunset that by 2027. As well as, so we recognize that as in the case of some other jurisdictions, post-pandemic has had an impact in terms of transit ridership. I believe our colleagues in HSR have been rightly so reporting that our ridership is coming back to pre-pandemic levels. Nonetheless, we've added service hours to transit. And so that represents a potential pressure in terms of transit revenues. And we're recommending, as we did in 2024, drawing from the transit reserve. With respect to provincial shortfall, in terms of where we have funding agreements, where we're not realizing the cost sharing that the province had previously committed to, approximately $1.2 million. And again, our winter control strategy calls for a 3-year strategy of reserves, building that base budget up to a sufficient level to support the program on a go-forward basis. Development charge exemption phase-in. This was one of the positive changes the provincial government made through Bill 185. The call of this council and other councils was a call for the province to walk back the mandatory 5-year DC phase-in. That has had a positive impact in terms of our 2025 budget to the tune of about $17 million. Irrespective of that change, we still have a development charge pressure of about $18.9 million. In part, it's low grader, but we're drawing $18.9 million from reserve to fund that development charge strategy. What the strategy sets out to do is to fund all of our statutory and discretionary development charges, so we have no ongoing liability, I believe, by 2027. We'll see that in the next slide. So the intent is to deal with that historical DC liability, address that at the same time ensuring we develop our budget appropriately to fund our current DC obligations. And I'll speak a little further around our development charge obligations as a way of supporting affordable housing. And I'll break that down a little further. Some extraordinary capital inflation pressures in part with respect to maintenance storage facility, and then with respect to our cybersecurity capital projects, we've recommended drawing $8 million from reserve towards those investments. So with respect to a sustainable reserve strategy, you'll see, yes, we are recommending drawing approximately $63 million from reserve and reducing that reliance to $17 million in 2026, and finally $3.1 million in 2027. And that, over that time period, we will have built up our budgets as it relates to our employee-related pressures. We will have dealt with our DC liabilities and built up our budget to deal with DC exemptions on a go-forward basis, as well as some of the pressures around some of our program areas. What this strategy does not do is provide sustainable funding to some of our community partners. For example, I mentioned Gazette funding benchmarking. City councils approved $15 million in our reserve strategy to continue to provide funding to housing providers where the federal government has stepped back that support. It is a transitional strategy. It is not a permanent strategy. If the federal and provincial governments do not step up and step in, that will require our community housing providers to come up with strategies in terms of how they can sustain themselves, exclusive of that funding and the transitional funding the city has provided through our reserve strategy. Just with respect to reserves, just wanting to highlight is while we are drawing on reserves in our strategy and started to in 24, 25, 26, you'll see our reserve strategy is that our discretionary reserves, and these are the reserves that we use either for unforeseen emergency events, tax stabilization, unallocated capital, is we are forecasting those reserve balances will grow. Our obligatory reserve balances, those are our DC reserves, some of our planning reserves and other reserves that we cannot use for purposes other than how the fees were generated. So again, no ability to use those reserves to deal with the housing sustainability investment roadmap. Those are dedicated reserves. You'll also see our continued commitment towards paying back the future fund. We borrowed from the future fund as a form of internal borrowing, and we're continuing to pay back the future fund, and you can see the forecast investments into the future fund. And the last is our water and wastewater, our rate reserves, our discretionary reserves. And so you'll see those are decreasing, bringing back the importance of financial partnership with senior levels of government as it relates to our water and wastewater program. What I also want to flag, what these forecasts don't include, in 2023, we had a strong strong performance as it relates to our investment strategy. We generated somewhere approximately a 6.6% return. That represented approximately $70 million that will go back into our reserves. Our investment strategy, and municipalities have different investment strategy. Our investment strategy is the investment income goes back to the reserves, which was the source of the funding, in order to try to sustain those reserves and reduce the reliance on taxpayers and ratepayers. So just wanting to share the overall reserve forecast for the next few years in 2027, showing that repayment and rebuilding of some of our discretionary reserves. In terms of our competitive tax position relative to other jurisdictions, we provide this in the past, we'll continue to provide it. You'll see we're somewhere in the middle of this pack of comparable municipalities. You'll see the ones that are referenced with the A, these are municipalities who have approved their budgets. So these are approved residential tax increases. Some are currently, such as Hamilton, deliberating on their budgets, so CP is their current position, and in some cases, it's a target. It might have been a guideline or a target set by council. So again, you'll see we're somewhere in the middle of the pack, and we'll continue to provide this information for the benefit of council through the balance of your deliberations. Just with respect to reductions, you'll see that our current position is 6.3%, just short of $96 million increase to the levy. In order to achieve these targets, you'll see what the corresponding value of reductions that would be required, again, to achieve those target levels. So through the chair, just going to shift over to the tax capital budget. So the tax capital budget sets out to support our asset reinvestment as it relates to our asset management plans. It supports our growth and development plans, addresses deficiencies in statutory and discretionary DC exemptions. It includes or captures investments in strategic initiatives and supports inflationary increases to maintain infrastructure. In terms of some of the programs or services that are included in the proposed 2025 tax capital budget, you'll see a overall investment, gross investment in transit of about $110 million. $75 million towards the maintenance and storage facility. Council has approved a total commitment of $418 million as it relates to that facility. With respect to bus replacement program, leveraging the Investing in Canada infrastructure program. This is a federal program, approximately $15 million towards the replacement of buses, as well as approximately $8 million relating to the expansion of buses in support of City Council's multimodal split and target that was set, I believe, ending in 2031. With respect to some of the growth related, with respect to the transportation network investments, a total gross investment of approximately $190 million, and you'll see this includes both growth projects as well as state of good repair, some growth projects as it relates to our airport employment growth district, Arterial Road 1 North. I won't read through the list. but some additional investments in support of the AEGD, additional investments as it relates to our preventative road maintenance program, as well as some investments in our bridge infrastructure, as well as you'll see the snow disposal facility. This is a commitment in terms of the facility that previously was located along the waterfront that now forms part of our waterfront strategy and the need to identify an alternative snow disposal facility. Some of the other investments is approximately $11 million in economic development, and more specifically, $2.6 million in our affordable housing greenfield or brownfield strategy, $2 million for green initiatives under economic development, as well as $1 million for general economic development initiatives. $62 million towards the paramedic central reporting station. Overall, the project is an investment of $82 million. A portion of this is funded from development charges, approximately half, $40 million from development charges. The Waterdown Fire and Police Station, a investment in 2025 of about $23 million towards the overall project cost of $65 million. Macassa Lodge, this is approximately just short of $32 million towards an overall investment of $61 million. I'll flag this as an example of where inflation, post-pandemic inflation, had a significant impact in terms of the bid and costing of that project. And so, again, just flagging in the context of this morning and Andrew's presentation around inflation, where we saw a real impact of inflation on our capital program. Project Parks Master Plan, there's $33 million that's being proposed to be set aside in 2025 towards addressing some of the gaps that staff reported in terms of parks. And so, again, this would allow funding for either land assembly or acquisition for the establishment development of some much necessary parks in areas of the city where there gaps exist, and staff have reported on those gaps or deficiencies. With respect to the cyber recovery, approximately $30 million. Cyber resilience, approximately $13 million. And just wanting to note, and I apologize for this, the budget documents, we made a clerical error. The $13 million wasn't captured in the capital projects and expenditure. It has zero net levy impact because it will be funded from reserves, or staff are proposing funded from reserves and debt. But just in case you're trying to reconcile between a budget document that references $42 million in my slide presentations that reference $655 million for capital, the difference is the $13 million, and you'll see we will adjust the budget accordingly. Fleet vehicle and equipment replacement, just short of $16 million, and development charge exemptions, $38.8 million to fund our development charge exemptions. I mentioned I wanted to unpack this a bit in terms of housing affordability. Bill 23 required municipalities to make a number of DC exemptions for affordable housing, for not-for-profit affordable housing, for additional residential units, secondary suites, ancillary suites, as well as for just general rental developments. Of that $38.8 million, $12.5 million are going towards those affordable rental housing projects. So over and above the slide where we present $192 million for housing and homelessness, there are investments across the budget that captures the city and council's commitment towards affordable housing. This one happens to be a statutory requirement. That statutory requirement in part was offset through the BFF funding that we realized in 2024. So just wanting to highlight that while we are being responsible towards ensuring that we provide the financial support towards these DC exempt eligible not-for-profit organizations, affordable housing projects. There is no financial partnership with senior levels of government with respect to that DC obligation. So just wanting to break down that DC exemption a little further. You'll see that the 2021 to 2025 gross capital project is increasing, and it's increasing significantly in 2025, as already referenced, relative to 2024. And so we'll break this down a bit. Transportation, you'll see, is we're proposing $190 million gross for transportation. Approximately 78 million of that 190 million is for growth-related, growth-enabling infrastructure, so about 40%. But there is significant investments in terms of infrastructure, including for state of good repair. So in general, as it relates to urban roads, urban pavement projects, we're proposing an increase from $47 million in 2024 to $160 million in 2025. For road repavement rural, we're proposing an increase from $7.7 million to $12.3 million. Those are two of the primary driving factors to the forecast proposed $190 million investment in transportation. We spoke a bit about transit in terms of the maintenance storage facility, in terms of replacing buses, in terms of additional buses to positively impact the commitment towards multimodal split. That makes up the $111 million. Emergency services includes the replacement of vehicles, as well as in the investment in the paramedic reporting facility. That represents about $88 million. There's a number of other projects that in total, smaller projects make up $61 million. Parks and forestry is approximately $54 million. And that includes the $33 million as it relates to our park acquisition strategy. Development charge exemptions, we just spoke of, and then you'll see through the balance growth and development, corporate facilities, and some of the other asset classes that make up the total of $655 million proposed for 2025. We've talked a bit about inflation. Andrew talked a bit about inflation. You'll see, I believe it's table 12 in the overview report. Staff have identified, while citizens can relate to consumer price index, what municipalities and what we heard from the development community when they delegated before committee, their experience as it relates to inflation as relating to infrastructure capital projects. Very different than consumer price index, different basket of goods. We're talking about steel, we're talking about concrete versus clothing and food. But you'll see in the table 12 of the overview is that over the time period captured in that table is that the non-residential price index has increased by about 55%, which means that our purchasing power erodes unless we continue to keep pace with inflation in terms of our infrastructure program. So what you'll see on this table is we made and council approved an effort and strategy to catch up with respect to some of those inflationary pressures in 2023, in 2024, and as well proposing in 2025. In 2023, council approved a 30% increase in our state of good repair block programs to make up for the erosion in our purchasing power because of inflation. In 2024, staff recommended, council approved a further 16% increase. And in 2025, staff are proposing a further just short of 5.5% increase, and then forecasting it out in future years, 2.3. This strategy effectively offsets that 55% increase in inflation in the infrastructure program over the past decade. And so it's intended to preserve our purchasing power, intended to ensure that our program areas can deliver on the proposed projects without the risk of having deficits in those projects. The following just breaks down the $655 million proposed tax capital program. You can see in terms of transfers from operating that effectively is property tax revenue, as well as development charges, other reserves. This includes development charge reserves and program reserves. You'll see a number of projects for fleet, both for emergency services as well as central fleet, somewhere in the area of $15, $17 million respectively. Those are funded from reserves. We set money aside each year so that the end of life for a vehicle is there's sufficient funds. Now, we understand in some of our reserves that we need to increase the funding, such as our central fleet, but for the most part, we're relying on those reserves to replace some of those assets. And then you'll see the balance of the investments, including other revenue, debt, and the Canada Building Fund, more commonly maybe known as the gas tax fund. So in terms of 2025, what staff are proposing in alignment with the Merrill Directive, in alignment with asset management, of the 2.55% tax increase for infrastructure, 0.82 is for roads, bridges, and engineered services. This is part of a 10-year strategy to deal with the shortfall of about $100 million, so that at the end of the 10 years, that we will have addressed the infrastructure deficit. For our core services, in the case of tax, that's roads, bridges, engineered assets. In the case of water, wastewater, that's our water, wastewater, and storm. They're considered part of our core. Our non-core, what we're proposing is a longer runway in keeping with the affordability challenge. 0.32 of the 2.55% for our non-core assets. So this would be our recreation assets and other assets. It's a much longer strategy. It's a 25-year strategy to address the infrastructure deficit for non-core assets. The opportunity to accelerate that strategy in part could be realized with additional funding from senior levels of government to not only address new projects, but to address the opportunity to deal with existing assets and investments in replacing or extending the life of existing assets. Development charges, as previously referenced, we're proposing a strategy to deal with our liabilities and build up our funding for development charges, and driving about 0.7 of the increase in 25, 26, half in 27, and then we'll have sustainable funding we're proposing and forecasting for 28. Servicing of additional debt, we have a number of significant projects, generational projects, that we're proposing be debt funded, such as Macassa Lodge, upgrades Macassa, such as the paramedic reporting center, such as some of our other emergency services. That debt requires servicing, and that represents approximately 0.7%. So that's the breakdown in terms of the capital financing component of the proposed residential tax increase. Just wanting to confirm that Council has approved a number of debt policies, and we are reporting back through the balance of our deliberations this year with a report back reviewing the debt policies and our capital financing plan, confirming that our current strategy aligns with those debt policies and satisfies those debt policies, but also just wanting to commit that we are reporting back separately through the balance of these deliberations. In terms of the 10-year capital program, we're forecasting an overall investment of $2.4 billion, and this is the associated financing strategy of our 10-year tax-supported capital program. So some proposed adjustments to our current position. I referenced that staff made a clerical error. We omitted the 13 million for cyber resilience. It has a zero net levy impact. We will capture this through our subsequent reporting to ensure that it's captured in our 2025 budget. And with respect to some further adjustments and reductions is normally through the development of our tax-supported capital financing strategy, we review our capital projects to identify those projects that have surplus or available funding to be repurposed and to form part of the upcoming capital financing strategy. Because of the cyber incident, we weren't able to complete that work in time for the preparation of the budget documents. We have now completed that work. We will report back through the debt policy and capital financing report the details of those projects that we are recommending be closed. And as per our policy, we have a capital closing policy that directs staff in terms of how those proceeds are reinvested. They are typically reinvested either to reduce debt or to form part of our capital financing strategy. Again, we would have captured this as part of the budget documents and our proposed budget, but again, because of the cyber incident, we were delayed in reporting that. What those projects, what staff have identified is $6.9 million in surplus funding that can be used in keeping with the objective of affordability. And we would have done this through our capital financing strategy. So we will make this adjustment that will reduce our net levy from $95.8 million to $88.9 million, and that brings us to a revised residential tax increase of 5.8%. We have two further adjustments. In Healthy and Safe Communities, there were two positions that were built into the budget that are pilot projects. And so we will make an adjustment where those positions are funded from reserve because they're pilot projects. In effect, we'll identify $209 million, sorry, 209,000, sorry, Angie. $209,000 in reserve funding so that we can reduce our budget position. Again, because they're pilot projects, they're not permanent commitments. As well, I mentioned earlier, staff continue to review the budgets. They continue to review the capital projects and operating impacts of capital. Our colleagues in Public Works and in Transit and Corporate Facilities, they've identified the deferral of just short of $970,000 of investments for the transit maintenance and storage facility until 2026. This is a deferral of the funding to 2026. And along with the financial deferral will be the amendment to the complement, reducing the operating impacts of staff complement by 17 FTEs. So effectively, with these adjustments, our net levy increase for 2025 would be short of $88 million, and that would require a residential tax increase of 5.7%. So while the budget documents reflect where we were at end of December, wanting to provide these updates, these are adjustments that we will make, and effectively our proposed budget will represent a residential tax increase of 6.7%. Oh, sorry, 5.7%. So through the chair, very much appreciate your patience. Appreciate all the support from staff, from senior leadership and staff in helping to prepare this presentation, and happy to answer any questions that committee members might have. So to be clear, while the budget documents reflect 6.3% or a increase of $318, our current position is 5.7%, and that would represent a average increase of $288.
Thank
And
you.
I'll repeat my thanks to all staff who assisted in the preparation of today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Zagarek. Really appreciate your efforts on behalf of this committee. Our thanks to you and to your team and to all those who had a hand in this budget. Just underscoring, we are now at 5.7%. We're also at the hour of 12:25, and we have 6 members of council wishing to speak. I'd like to suggest, of course, that it is the will of this committee that we break for lunch in order to give Mr. Zagarek a little time off his feet, and you can regroup, and then we'll get right at it after the lunch. I'm seeing nods. Okay, so I'm going to call a 40-minute only because I have to get home and get a dog some medication. So 40 minutes, moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Hands up to secure that, if that's okay. I see a lot of hungry hands. I'm going to go with it's unanimous. Thank you. 105? Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. We just had a short break for lunch and we're returning to the GIC committee budget meeting. We've just received an overview, excuse me, from GM Zagaric, and we have a number of speakers on the list. As your chair, I'll grant some latitude in this cold month. You can ask your questions of the presentation. If you have questions that are specific to the paper itself, please do so as well. I believe GM Zagaric is fully prepared for both. Okay, so first up, Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. Chair, just a couple of foundational questions specific to the report. As I was reading this lovely 200 and something 57-page report, I noticed that the business cases would have like dashes beside the net levy impact, and every single business case had that. So I just foundationally just want to understand how am I reading these business case charts?
Through the chair, as was mentioned during the presentation, the business cases that have been put forward have a zero net levy, and so the dash is to represent a zero, as in a zero net levy. While there would be a gross expenditure, there would be a alternative funding source, alternative than property tax.
Oh, I missed that. Thank you. On the presentation, I had several questions. MPAC reassessment. It is a bit of a black box and it's a little bit of a question mark because again, we're going after 2016 assessment values. For the provincial government are saying, yes, we're going to do another reassessment. I wonder if you could just break it down for me about how does the MPAC reassessment affect this budget process and it affects our calculations. I will note that I don't have a ton of evidence, but there have been several residents that have reached out by receiving their MPAC reassessment already. And they're not like making moves in terms of like their housing. It's just like they're residents that have been there for a while and they just want to understand how is it that several residents have started receiving that and how is that impacting our current budget process?
Through the chair, to be clear, there is no impact. There is no reassessment, therefore no impact of reassessment on properties. Property owners may receive MPAC notices because of, for instance, an improvement that they made to their building. If someone makes an improvement, pulls a building permit, our colleagues in Planning Economic Development share that information with MPAC, and it may trigger MPAC to do a review of the improvement and order a change in the assessed value to the property. But to be clear, no impact on 2025 as there is no reassessment in 2025.
Okay. My follow-up question to that then is that as we have MPAC assessments currently, and now there might be a provincial election coming, I guess the word on the street, to coin Councillor Jackson's phrase, it will be further pushed back. Is that what you're also hearing, or is that something that we have to think about for 2026 budget, or is that something that I should just totally put out of my brain?
Just respectfully, I don't want to put our professional public servants in a position where they're having to speculate on the political orbit. If I'll look to GM Zagaric and see how he may or may not wish to answer that in the focus that is within his realm of knowledge. Thank you.
Through the chair, Thank you for that. I'll stick to the facts.
Please.
The fact is the provincial government is reviewing assessment and considering changes to the Assessment Act, whether that's in terms of methodology, just recognizing much has transpired across the sectors and classes. So that effort, as I understand, is ongoing. The other information I would share, and this is not new information, we've been advised by MPAC, in order for them to prepare for a reassessment period, they need approximately a year from the provincial decision, which has to occur either through a budget or through a fall economic statement. So subject to those timelines, they need a year to prepare for a reassessment. Given that the last fall economic statement did not refer to a reassessment cycle, and given what MPAC has advised, I'm making an assumption that we will not see a reassessment for 2026, but based on those two facts.
My last question then through you, Chair, is around slide 44 where we talk about interest rates. So in the the Economist presentation before your presentation, GM Zegeric talked about interest rates will be lower. Is this an opportunity to leverage debt then to help in the interim?
Through the chair, we are building in debt as it relates to some infrastructure projects, especially those generational projects that I referred to. We as well are planning to issue $200 million in debt for previously approved projects that are now at completion. So we are planning on issuing debt. We did pause on issuing debt post-pandemic as we were anticipating borrowing costs to decrease. And so strategically, we didn't want to issue debt at a 5% cost to borrow versus maybe a 3% cost to borrow now. So we have some catch up, $200 million for previously approved projects. We will issue debt in 2025, and we've assumed debt as part of our 2025 capital financing strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Nan. And Councillor Nan, if I may ask, will you be referencing the presentation or will you be wanting to see a slide up? Otherwise, if not, I'll ask them to close that so we can see you a little clearer.
Great, thank you. I don't intend to reference a specific slide, just the presentation notes as discussed by GM Zegeric.
Thank you. Then I'll ask Elsie Bates to just change the screen for a little minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to GM Zegeric and the entire staff team that did the work up to the Christmas break and then subsequently thereafter. Thank you so much for the presentation, the overview, as well as the work of moving our 6.3 down to the 5.7. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into doing that. I do just have clarifying questions, as it's the first time I've seen it or heard about it, was the 911 call center chargeback. GM Zegeric, you referenced that other municipalities do this, but historically our practice here in the city of Hamilton is that has been a line item of the police services.
Through the chair, that's correct. The service is delivered by Hamilton Police Services and to date reflected in the, prior to 2025 reflected in the Hamilton Police Services proposed budget. For 2025, the service has asked for a conversation with the city to enter into an agreement similar to, as they've noted, some other jurisdictions have agreements in place whereby the municipality funds the public, I'll call it 911, service through a chargeback relationship.
Got it. And so historically, it would have been already inside of the wholesome police services budget. And this year, the board is bringing it out, itemizing it. And I also made note that you referenced that the potential rationale may be to pursue some cost saving with some potential provincial cost sharing, correct?
Through the chair, that is something we're wanting to investigate and have a better understanding how the service supports emergency services in general. Trying to understand how 911 supports fire services, paramedic services, and other services. For the purpose of suggesting to the province cost sharing where there is a cost sharing model, not to suggest it's a given, but that we would advocate for cost sharing. Again, where the service supports a program such as paramedics, which is a cost share program.
Got it. Okay, proportionate then. And last question, just to clarify this piece, and I can certainly ask when the board presents, or sorry, the service presents, but did your presentation also state that it would be tied to the Waterdown facility? And if so, what's the timeline for the Waterdown facility for the call center?
Through the chair, no, I apologize if I confused the two matters. The conversation regarding the service, the public safety answering service, 911, is in the context that what staff recommended and council approved was the city taking the lead with respect to the 911 facility, call facility. And so the suggestion is this is in alignment and keeping with the fact that the city have assumed the responsibility of funding the facility and therefore then the funding of the program.
Got it. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taddison.
On the presentation, Chair. In regards to capital financing, this is for GM Zagaric. On page 16, it says that in brackets, 0.9% savings. And I think that was to represent, lowering from the anticipated budget amount, which was in the 8% range. I just wanted to talk about you said that there was some further adjustments will be made. You said that there was 6.9 million in savings. I just wanted to say, and I'm going to make some assumptions here, so please correct me if the assumptions are not accurate. In my experiences, the cyber incident delayed many transportation projects that were to be started and completed in 2024. So many of these projects have been pushed into 2025. So how many other capital projects set for 2024 budget were not started in 2024? How many that were set for completion remain unfinished? How do I get an accounting of those projects from 2024 that remain unstarted and unfinished? And would that backlog, shouldn't that backlog of what we can do in 2025 then, and then isn't there the potential to push some of those projects into 2026 and 2027 when they would probably be more likely to be completed?
Through the chair, the capital or the WIP surplus is not tied to canceling projects that were previously approved and resubmitting them. This is exclusively capital projects that were approved and are at substantial completion and have a surplus. With respect to the status of our capital projects, I know that exclusive of limitations that we have because of the disruption to our business solutions, is there has been some work from finance and then our colleagues in public works to look at their public work projects to try to assess the status of those projects. So happy to take that away with GM Can and discuss the status of that work and what can be shared with committee. The strategy that has been proposed is not, we are not proposing canceling projects and resubmitting projects. To be clear, the WIP savings is related to projects that have been completed and that have available funding.
Okay, I think I understand that. I'll take it offline with you later. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I know the federal and provincial governments offset some of our budget pressures, and I want to focus on the provincial housing targets and the incentive Hamilton possibly receives as a result of hitting those provincial housing targets. And I believe it's on slide 21 that we just saw during the presentation. And for context, for those who love to call the Ward 5 rep NIMBY, I would share that 5,000 of the 7,000 approximate approvals at the Planning Committee in 2024 were approvals from Ward 5. These housing approvals will eventually translate to much-needed housing starts, translate to provincial grants, and obviously property tax revenues. And I think it should probably just be renamed the Ward 5 grant, or even the King of YIMBY grant. I've been able to do this while representing the needs of my residents, imposing bad development while being a leader on the housing file. So my question, can you clarify whether we have hit our provincial housing targets to be eligible for this grant? And is this grant already factored into the overall budget?
Thank you. I think that was referenced, but please go ahead, GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll invite Acting GM Robichaud to maybe provide an update in terms of where we expect to be with respect to 2024. The short answer is the grant is not assumed. The $17.6 million that we realized in 2024, which just as a reminder to committee in the final hours of our deliberations in 2024, we relied on a portion of that grant to bring us to the approved budget position. And again, we're not relying on that grant in that it's our understanding that we will not meet those provincial housing targets for 2024. And if I can turn it over to Acting GM Robichaud, who can speak to, and again, this is not unique to the City of Hamilton. I think we heard through a delegate during the deliberations that only 2 small municipalities might have met their target.
Thank you, GM Zagarek. Provincial housing target for the City of Hamilton is 3,917 units. As of October of 2024, the province has reported that the city had achieved 1,632 housing starts. As it relates to building permits, which authorize construction to occur, for the year of 2024, there was approximately 1,975 units were authorized under building permits. Of that number, approximately 425 were accessory dwelling units. So based on that 1,975 units authorized, it is highly unlikely that the province will report that we achieve that housing target of 3,917 units. For your information, we just did receive some housing start forecasts from CMHC earlier this week, just the other day. And at the high end, CMHC is forecasting for the City of Hamilton 2,700 housing starts. But that number would still be below the provincial target of 3,917. Thank you.
So sorry if I missed this through your chair. Yep. Why would we be including that in the budget calculation if we haven't hit our targets?
Yeah, sorry, the provincial funding, is that your question? I don't think we have, but I'll ask GM Zagarek to clarify.
Through the chair, we have not, and that's what I was trying to draw attention to. One of the contributing factors to the change, the increase, was in 2024, we relied on approximately just short of $8 million to reduce our tax position in 2024. We're not making that assumption, and that represents a swing of about 0.6%.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, thank you. So assuming we do get that grant from the provincial government, we will see a decrease at some point of the property tax levy by 0.6%. Is that how I understand it, or no?
No, my understanding is the government of Ontario haven't met their targets either. The formula hasn't changed. The advocacy from our AMO rep is to change the funding formula, but to date it has not changed. And as a consequence, with maybe the exception of 2 municipalities, there will be no clementines delivered in your stocking.
I appreciate, that's great. No, thank you. I really appreciate the clarity around this,
You're welcome.
this circumstance, which was different than 2024. So thank you.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to spend the first minute or so of my allocated question period just to express my appreciation for the very comprehensive report that's come forward. It obviously is a compilation of a lot of work, a lot of hard slugging, and it was presented in a format that was understandable, and I appreciate that. A couple of queries on the budget. I remember last year when we at one point in our collective wisdom or folly, whatever your perspective was, embraced the 4% motion to come in municipally generated tax increase. We came in at 3.55 or something municipally, and then there was a 2.6% additional provincial tax levy. That's been eliminated in this context, Mr. Zakarian?
Through the chair, for the most part, that was tied to Bill 23 and the mandatory phase-in of DCs, which was walked back by this provincial government.
So when we talk 5.7, that doesn't involve any of that previous 2.6 calculation.
Through the chair, so that is not a factor in our 2025 budget.
Okay, thanks. That's very, very helpful. A couple of picky things, perhaps. You mentioned on the vacant tax issue, the prospect of increasing that as a revenue source.
Through the chair, that was one of the themes as it relates to the Balancing Act, the web engagement with the public, and we'll have a more comprehensive report. Again, that report was just received by staff as the closing window was January 17th.
Okay. By the way, I agree with that. You may recall that I made the point when we discussed it last time around that I would support it on the premise of going to 3% in the subsequent year, because I'm not fond of hiring people and paying costs when we don't even recover the money that we're investing. We know, I still got a couple of minutes, my goodness. The reference to affordability is obviously something that we've dealt with here at the council on several iterations of that. You mentioned it a couple of times in your presentation. I'm wondering, we know what our threshold is in terms of the demands for service. And if this is speculative, Chair, you rule my question out of order, please. But I'm wondering if any thought was given to what the ability of taxpayer threshold cumulatively is. I mean, we passed motions about affordability and concerned about that. I just wonder, 5.7, I mean, for people around this horseshoe, I suspect that's not a problem for most of us, but it would be for perhaps I don't want to stereotype, but the bottom third of those in the income bracket. Is there affordability threshold that was considered when we put the budget together?
Through the chair, it's a factor that helped to inform decisions, such as some of the decisions senior leadership team made to defer some business cases and only put forward those that have a net zero levy impact. It was a factor as it relates to our capital financing to cash flow some of our big projects in an effort to positively impact the 2025. I'll say it's a factor in terms of some of our programs. We have a number of subsidy programs, whether it's our seniors tax rebate program, affordability programs, and recreation. It's more so through those opportunities to affect affordability and provide support or assistance the challenge with property taxes, it's just the form of taxation tool it is. It doesn't give us the flexibility to treat property owners differently based on their income or their ability to pay.
I appreciate that. My final point, in my 25 seconds left, I look at this whole thing and, the trending, it's clearly related to a community that's going through a growth spurt and some real challenges around that growth. You would agree with that that's the primary driver?
Through the chair, yes, as a factor, and dealing a mature municipality that's dealing with a backlog of infrastructure needs.
I really appreciate those comments, and I think it's a very responsible piece of work, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to have gained some additional knowledge from hearing a very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So folks know, I have Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, Jackson, and Clark. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, actually, my question was answered by Councillor Nan asking about the police budget and the 911. I sat at the police budget, and it was 5.7%, which is $12 million. So we got the answer, but I'm wondering on page, the 2025 gross tax budget breakdown, it says police 17 million. So that's including the 911, is that correct?
May I ask what page you were referencing?
Page 20.
Of the book? On the presentation or
On the
your budget?
presentation, sorry.
On the presentation,
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, it's kind of cold in here. Did we forget to pay our bill?
You know, I
got a
am pretty
scarf on
frugal,
and-
and I said, you turn that heat down.
I'm usually hot, but okay, let's go on. Sorry. I feel like I have a scarf and a coat.
Okay, so just for the, if you don't mind,
You want me to
Councillor,
repeat?
if you could just summarize your question
Okay,
again for us all.
okay, the budget for the police, because I sat on it and we went line by line. It's going to be presented on the 28th and you will hear all of it wholesome. I just know it's 5.7. We heard it's on the budget here said on the presentation is 8.3. So I look at page 20 and it says police $17 million. Is that including the 911?
Thank you for clarifying that. Really appreciate it.
Through the chair, no. So we are reconciled to the Hamilton Police Service Board approved budget, which represents an increase of 5.7% or $17 million. Just to provide some clarity around percentages, the police presented a consolidated operating and capital budget, and that's what made up the 5.7%. We show an operating budget, and then we show a capital budget. Operating, police's budget is increasing 8.3. Their capital requirements are decreasing 2.6 for overall change of 5.7% or $17 million. Then with respect to the public safety answering, that represents a additional investment or need to the city of $5 million. So again, that would be shown as an expense for police with a recovery of $5 million from the city.
Okay, so what other expense beside 911, a capital? You said the police's service is 5.7, and then you said about the capital. What others?
So through the chair, the 5.7% represents a $17 million change, and that's captured in slide 20,
Yeah,
as
slide
referenced by Councillor Pauls. And then you'll see on slide 20 further down is the 911 service represents a investment or a cost to the city of $5 million over and above the police services budget. That represents an increase of $17 million.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure I did the calculation, it's about $35 per household, am I correct? I tried to figure it out, so, for the police. But anyway, we're going to talk about it on the 28th. I have another question. We'll move on?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The waste management, we have a savings of $9 million?
Through the chair, the provincial government is uploading recycling, the recycling service, and this has been reflected in 2024, and I believe the balance of the upload is reflected in 2025. And that would be the majority of the $9 million change to waste management. There's some capital changes too. As that service is uploaded, it reduces some of the capital requirements to the city. But then with respect to waste management, there continues to be obligations that the city has with the balance of our waste collection and waste disposal services.
That's great. When is I remember, was it last term or even last year, I'm not sure. When's the recycling going to be taken over by the province?
We'll ask GM Ken to answer that shift.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor and the committee, General Major Carl Alcan. With regards to the previous question, the $9 million of gross expenditure, we also need to factor in, I guess, the loss of revenue from the sales of recyclable materials. That revenue will no longer be coming to the city. That would be through the organization, Stewardship Ontario. And then there's also a subsidy that we used to receive for submitting our data. So that's lost. So the net's going to be about $2 million that we're going to see at the end of the day. With regards to the Blue Box transition, it's set for April 1st, 2025. And I know staff are working on a report that's coming forward Q1 this year. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to lose money from recycling, but we're making money on waste management. I got that quickly. I think you spoke fast, and I'm trying to write down. So the waste management $9 million saving is not really a $9 million saving. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor and Mr. Zierick, you can jump in after. The $9 million represents the gross expenditure of the savings. Of that, $7 million is from the selling of Blue Box materials. And then our actual savings, once we take out the RPRA subsidy, is another, we're just under $2 million. So that's kind of the number at the end of the day.
Okay.
You're at time, councillor.
Thank you for that, and that's all my questions now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just three quick questions of clarification, and then if I have time, I have a bigger one. Just on I don't need any slides brought up, but just on the last slide, slide 46, where it talks about how we went from 5.8 to 5.7 in the current reductions. The operating impacts, the 17 FTEs of deferring the transit maintenance and storage facility, is that nearly $1 million net levy impact? Is that the gross money that's saved from the 17 FTEs, or is that levy adjusted? I guess I'm wondering if we were to go back to slide 20, which is the gross expenditures of the city, where do I put in that nearly $1 million of savings, or what do I need to change on slide 20 to account for this new information? Does that question make sense? So at the gross level, what's actually happening with this change?
So through the chair, I don't have the gross number. So with respect to slide 46, that is the net impact. So that would reflect the gross expenditure less any revenue. So for instance, they may in part be fare box revenues to offset or other. So the net impact is the $969,000, and we can provide what the gross expenditure less any revenues that would reconcile to the $969,000.
Thank you, and that's housed under transit or transportation, just for clarity. When we go to the operating and we talk about the gross and it has those headers, that would be under transit, I'm assuming?
Through the chair, I'll have to take it away. It's principally under transit, but there's a corporate facilities component too. So there's a transit and corporate facilities all within Public Works.
Thank you. That's helpful even just to understand majority transit, mostly transit. Nothing's ever one place. The other question of clarification was with respect to provincial and legislative service and the burden, and it's just clarifying some of the oral comments in addition to what was on the slide. I noted when you were talking about the trends increasing that you shared that 60% of that kind of pressure in the provincial and legislated services is reductions in the child care. Did I hear that right? And do you have an understanding of what that is in a gross, not a relative impact? So what is 60%, even roughly, just getting an understanding?
through the chair, would represent $29 million that would flow to individuals and families in the city. So this is a benefit that flows through the city to the recipients.
Thank you so much. The next thing I noted down was the 17 to 18 million, somewhere in there, lost because of better, the Building Faster funding. I understand that one. And then immediately after that, you made reference to a $24 million pressure, and I just wasn't able to note what that pressure was. Are you able to share with that? And happy to follow up offline if that's better, but it was just some of the oral remarks on the provincial and legislative services slide.
Through the chair, it's not coming back to mind.
That's all I can send an email and follow up
Happy to
offline.
search my memory and go offline with the councillor.
100%, that's fine. I think the last one for me is just making sure that I understood that the 5 kind of boxed categories, so police, education, housing, social services, public health, and EMS, there was reference that those collectively had $110 million gross impact, which was 60% of the gross operating new expenditures. Did I get that? Did I hear you right, that those kind of 5 categories were about 60% of the gross impact?
Through the chair, the 60% related to the $174 million in gross operating pressures. The 110 of the $174 million fall within those categories where council has no to limited authority. And again, just trying to tie the gross expenditures to the affordability objective.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, just trying to clarify some of those additional comments that were added. My only other question is if you're able to explore what's happening with the new aggregate tax class that came into effect on January 1st, and if we just have a general sense of what that may look like. I know some municipalities that have more quarries are, as part of their budget outlook, it's a significant pressure for rural small municipalities. We're obviously more diversified in Hamilton, but there's still going to be an impact. Any commentary on that? Understanding more information is likely to come as the budget develops as well.
Through the chair, I know that staff have been tracking in that we were active in appealing in terms of that sector to the city. So happy to take that offline, circle back, and provide a update through future updates to committee regarding that tax policy. I'll describe it as a tax policy issue, which typically comes forward under a separate tax policy report at the end of budget deliberations.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Certainly I have commentary on the last issue, but we'll wait till we have the facts in front of us. So thanks.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson, and I want to echo your applause to our General Manager, Mike Zagaric, and his team of finance. General Manager Zagaric, again, sincerely, I say it every year since you've been in the top portfolio, you bring tremendous knowledge and intelligence to the table, and I just really appreciate sincerely the demeanor of how you present to council. So thank you again. Comprehensive presentation. Chair Wilson, on procedure, I just want to be crystal clear. I was going to ask this when we began the agenda, but I thought I'll wait till I get on a speaker's list for one time. So today will be, if anyone wants to present motions, this committee will receive and refer those motions to staff so that over the next 2 weeks they can bring back information. Is that correct, please?
I'll look to Clerk Trenum, but the motions are to be based in looking for information. Clerk Trenum, please.
Yep, through you, Chair. So preference for staff, and thank you for the question, preference for staff is to receive requests for more detailed information as early as possible, just to give them time to give you the responses. So we had set today as to be a day when those motions for, say, an additional report or memo would be best suited. That being said, throughout next week, certainly as more questions come up, staff will be able to answer those as needed. Again, if there are additional requests for reports or additional information, they can certainly be provided. I will just sort of hesitate with the fact that as we get closer and closer to the end of the process, it becomes more difficult to return those more detailed answers.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk Trenum. I would hope whatever motions, I'm going to be definitely entirely consistent today. Whoever's bringing motions forward, given the import of this 25 budget, I would hope that by majority, if not unanimously, we will receive and refer any motions today to staff over the next 2 weeks to bring information reports back. And then could I get clarification on February 7th, Budget Chair Wilson, through you to City Clerk Trenum. On the 7th then, I don't have a motion today, but I probably will have an amendment or two that I'm working on for the 7th. On the 7th then, the expectation is amendments are brought forward, and on that day, they're voted up or down. Is that the understanding, please?
Clerk Trenum, please.
So through you, Chair, that's correct. You'll see there are some notices of motion today already for the 7th. That being said, you can bring a motion on the 7th proposing an amendment to the proposed budget that is voted on by committee, recommending those amendments to council's approval on the 12th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you procedurally. Standing committees, I can go on a second time automatically, can't I, Budget Chair Wilson? No, don't do a hum. Okay, all right, thank you. I suspect I'll have to. Okay, I'm glad we got that clear. General Manager Zagarek, every year I ask this, because every year after a budget's approved, I get tons of homeowners calling me and saying, Tom, that doesn't make sense. So hypothetically, the 5.7 is approved, General Manager Zagarek, average 383, assessment home. Homeowner X calls me and says, Tom, the 288 that you're talking about, mine worked out to 9.5%, Tom, not 5.7, and I'm paying about $600 in taxes. Would that all be because of their 2016 assessment is higher than your average of 383? Am I correct? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, I don't expect assessment changes to be a common factor. I think it's rare. There'll be few properties that will have an assessment factor in terms of their property tax obligation. There are some area rated services, but that's becoming less of a factor as we've reduced the number of area rated services. So it's principally transit as an area rated service that will contribute to some variability relative to the average across wards. So again, don't expect it to be reassessment, more so to be area rating. But again, that is less of a factor now that there are fewer area rated services.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mike. General Manager Zagarek, you heard the delegates from the chamber and the home builders. You today are projecting a 1.6% assessment growth. And yet, boy, if I listen to them who are right in the front line of the industry in our city, it was more dire. You're holding to the 1.6%, and maybe just a quick explanation why, in spite of what you heard from the professionals and those that are intimately and right in the front line of the industries and business in our community. Through you, Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, the 1.6% is actuals. And the second Tuesday of December, we await, leading up to the holidays, our final assessment roll. So I can say confidently, it is 1.6%. Going forward, I think what Acting GM Robichaud identified is because of the headwinds with respect to development and development activities, that 1.6% may not be our experience in future years, recognizing there is a lag from when a property is assessed relative to occupancy. And so what I'm reporting in terms of assessment, we try to capture big assessments. I'll use one as an example. When L3 received their occupancy, we try to get them onto the roll as quickly as possible because it's a big or a fulfillment center. But some of the residential ones may lag. They may lag up to 18 months. So the assessment numbers are somewhat reflective of building activity from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and the challenge may be in future years as it relates to where we are today in terms of building activity.
I'm satisfied with that. Is my time up for the first time, Chair Wilson? Yep, can I please second time? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, we've switched up, I see. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Just a couple of questions. And to follow up on Councillor Jackson's question, so that $288,000, which is an estimate as to what the increase in taxes would be on a home, if the home was assessed at $600,000 in 2016, would they be relatively double that amount?
Through the chair, generally speaking, yes.
Okay, so that would explain why we get a lot of pushback from some wards where they have properties that are higher than the average that we tout here. I'm still a little bit confused. I would like to ask Clerk Trenum, please. The emails that I got said today's the last day. You either put forward a motion for more information today or you don't do it. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. So what I'm hearing now is, notwithstanding those communications that we received, and given that we're still going to receive a plethora of different reports from different boards and agencies all the way through over the next 4 days, there is still the latitude to ask questions to get more information, correct?
Respectfully, I don't think the communications has vacillated at all. Clerk Turnham.
So through you, Chair, that's correct. Preference, of course, is to get the information as early as possible, which is why originally it was requested to bring those motions today if you're looking for an additional report. And I'll leave it to staff to add anything to this, of course, but you are welcome to, in the meetings next week, where you're also receiving more detailed presentations, to ask for additional questions or information to come forward.
And sorry, Chair, I didn't understand your comment about communications didn't vacillate.
I think when you're in the chair, you have an obligation to ensure that the staff's professionalism is upheld. My apologies if the suggestion was that there has been change in messaging back and forth. My point is it's been consistent. If I have misheard you, I apologize.
I'm not sure if it's been consistent because I was told one thing and now today I'm hearing something different. So that's my point. I'll let it go. The WIP surplus on page 46, can we get a breakdown of that? Because I couldn't find it anywhere.
Through the chair, we are committed to provide a breakdown through the forthcoming report on the debt policy and capital financing review. We plan on having an appendix with all of the projects to identify all of the projects that are being recommended to be closed and the funding appropriated.
Much appreciated for that. So, Chair, this is the 2022 tax-supported capital budget, and this is the 2022 tax-supported capital budget. Two different documents, one operational, one capital. This is our budget for this year. What's missing?
Through the chair, the bottom budget documents, I'm going to assume, based on memory, are the detail sheets. So for each capital project, there were detail sheets that previously were produced and handed out in hard copy. We're happy to make those available to elected officials. Again, this is consistent with last year. The detail sheets weren't handed out under a separate bound book, but we're happy to make those available. We have those available. The detail sheets would provide a description of the project, the geographic location of it, and the expenditure and the financing related to that project.
Thank you. So that information is not out for the public?
Through the chair, the budget document that you it has a description of one line for each capital project, but the one pager of the detail sheet, again, has not been released publicly. We're happy to make that available electronically. Again, consistent with what the practice was last year.
I wasn't too keen on the practice last year, nor am I this year, because it's no longer transparent. We had a full budget. Everything was there for the public and for the elected members. Now we have a slim down version of the budget. And now I'm hearing that information could be provided to the counselors, but not to the public. See the disconnect when we're trying to get the public involved in the budget?
Through the chair, apologize, not to suggest there isn't a willingness to release it publicly. We would just have to take that work away to ensure it's in a form, AODA compliant, to release it publicly.
Thank you. I'll help draft a motion to make that happen. I think everyone should have that information. I think that's my time, if I'm not mistaken, Chair.
Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair Wilson, and similar to my colleagues, thank you very much for the presentation. Very informative. I learned a lot. I just have one question, and it's to do with the capital budget and the financing. To GM Zagaric, and through you, Chair, you spent a lot of time speaking about capital budget and the backlog of work and the increase, multi-year increase in the financing plan. So we're now at the point where we're going to be looking for potential opportunities for further savings beyond the 5.7 that's before us today. And I just wanted to, if you could elaborate on the importance of the capital budget as presented, vis-a-vis the investment that we haven't been making, that we need to make, and the state of our infrastructure, so that we all understand the possibilities, if there is any, of reductions in that capital plan. Because what I got from you through the presentation was what is planned there is very purposeful and is important work. So if you could just elaborate on that question, if it's clear, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, I appreciate the question. With respect to what's driving the 2025 capital budget, 1.14% is aligned with asset management. That was the directive, to align the budget to asset management. That includes our core assets, our transportation, engineered service, our roads, bridges, along with our non-core, which include recreation. The balance of the budget includes investments in part that are funded from reserves, whether that's growth projects or replacement of equipment. And then there are some generational large projects, such as the paramedic reporting facility, Macassa Lodge, transit maintenance storage facility. The challenges council has, and all councils have, with respect to deferring capital projects. Some of these projects are tied to funding agreements. So maintenance storage facility is, if you defer a project, you could risk deferring the cost sharing. Other projects, such as asset management, if deferring those projects simply passes that burden on for another year, and then you have the challenge of the compounding impact of deferring that cost to future years. And so we've made a concerted effort to offset the inflationary pressures, as I tried to demonstrate through the block increases, and deal with the infrastructure so that we're positioned in a better place on core assets in 10 years. With non-core assets, it's a 25-year timeline. A lot can happen in 25 years. That's a long runway. So again, the caution would be on deferring those projects. You're simply deferring. It's not a savings. You're going to pay. We're going to be paying for it in the future, and then there could be inflationary or other pressures by doing so.
Yeah, I think that's a very helpful summary, Chair, and it's something for us to all keep in mind. There's work that needs to be done. Some of it is tied to partner funding, which we could lose. It's not work that's going to go away, so we just be deferring it and be passing the buck forward. So I think that's just what we should be keeping in mind if we're looking for opportunities within capital. There's significant consequences. So appreciate that summary.
Thank you. Are there any other first-time speakers before I go to second? Seeing none. Okay, on to Councillor Jackson, followed by Pauls and Clark. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. Maureen Wilson. Okay, through you to General Manager Zagaric. Mike, last year to get to the 5.79, if I recall, there was an anticipation of about $4.5 million coming from the province. I believe it might have been earmarked for housing. And please refresh my memory. Did we receive that, and was that put towards the levy? Because I believe we upfronted the $4.5 million in advance of that funding. Through you, Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, the last-minute adjustment in 2024 was tied to what we've been discussing on a few occasions, is the Building Faster Fund, the $17.6 million that we realized because we exceeded our housing target. And so we're just flagging, we're not making any assumption, as we're not assuming that as an opportunity for 2025.
Okay, I just remember though, last year at the last minute to get to the 5.79, you said we're anticipating, and so that money did arrive, correct?
Through the chair, to be clear, we had assumed $12 million, assuming we met 100%. We exceeded the housing target. We received a bonus for exceeding the
That's it.
housing target, and
That's
that
it.
represented $5 million.
Thank you. Thank you very much, GM Zagarek. GM Zagarek, maybe not just to you, it's across the SLT, but so first 2 years and the 2 budgets approved, roughly about 350 new FTEs. I'm seeing here on page 2 of the information report, an additional 221.53 FTEs over and above 24 proposed for 25, if I've read that correctly. If that's true, and if whatever budget ends up being approved, right now at the hypothetical 5.7, adding that onto the 350, is that nearly then 600 new FTEs in less than 3 years that would be hired to this corporation through you, Chair Wilson?
Through the chair, the aggregate numbers are correct, and I'll just simply say, for many of the same reasons you'll see today in terms of transit and main storage facility, if I look back to 2023, 2024, transit represented about 44 FTEs each year with respect to the transit strategy. Long-term care in 2023 was 40 FTEs. And then there were a number of FTEs as it relates to operating impacts of capital. And finally, council referred items was a significant contributor in 2023, 44.5 FTEs. In 2024, 73 FTEs. And many of those were related to housing, renovictions, safe apartments. So we have that breakdown in terms of what's contributed to the increase in the FTEs in the last few years.
I appreciate that, GM Zagarek, and I'm grateful. I had asked for that last year. Where did the approximate 350 employees that were hired go? Did Public Works get 50? Did Finance get 25? And so at least I see on this page for the 221 proposed, I'm seeing the breakdown of transit, police, library, safe apartments. So GM Zagarek, I'm grateful for that. My last question, Chair Wilson. So reserves to be used this year, approximately 60 mil, if I remember the slide correctly. And then a sudden dramatic drop off to needing only 3 million next year. Can you just explain further, please, GM Zagarek, the vast difference? That's my last question, Chair Wilson.
Through the chair, a few factors. Council's made a concerted effort to make investments towards the housing strategy. $30 million over 3 years for the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap, approximately $15 million over 3 years for foregone Federal Gazette funding and benchmarking funding. So those commitments will sunset. And with respect to the employee-related costs, collective bargaining, WSIB pressures, we are building up our budget so that we won't need to rely on the reserves in 2027, 28. So it's a combination where we are investing to build up the base budget so that we aren't reliant on reserves. And in some cases, the reserves are going to initiatives that will sunset in future years.
Okay, thank you, GM Zagarek, for all your answers. Chair Wilson, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and this will be a quick question so that the public knows. So in order to decrease 1%, let's say we want to go down to 4.7, not 5.7, how many millions of dollars do we need to reduce in the budget?
Through the chair, 1% now is equivalent to approximately $13 million based on our current forecast position for 2025.
So we need to come up with $13 million in order for 1%. I remember last term, I think it was 8 or 9 million. Boy, we've really gone up.
Yeah.
So last term, was it 8 or 9?
Last year was 12, this year's
Well,
13.
I meant last term. 3 years ago, I guess.
So through the chair, it has roughly changed about $1 million a year. So it might have been 10 million
Yeah.
at the end of the last term, start of this term.
Yeah, well, it's good to know, and so the public knows that we have to do a lot of cutting in order to even drop that 1%. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. 3 quick questions. 2 of them are specific to the information we received today, and then the third one is more process, so I'll leave that one to the end, if you don't mind. If I look at the increases in taxes and I look at the increase in spending, there seems to be a disconnect. So last year, we increased spending by 19%, but we only increased the levy by 5.8%. This year, we're increasing our operational spending by 8.7%, but we're only increasing the levy by 5.7%. So in my mind, we're spending the money, and somewhere down the road, not sure when, it has to get picked up on the levy because it has become a part of our operational cost. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it's a great question, and I'm afraid I'm going to eat into the 5 minutes, so maybe if the chair can provide the councillor some flexibility. Please. On the 5 minutes. So last year, yes, our gross, year-over-year gross would have been 19%. This year, it's 16%. And I felt it was important to break it down in operating versus capital. So operating's increasing, I believe, 8.3, 8.7%. And capital's increasing 58% gross year over year. And so the council raises a great question. Well, how is it that the levy's increasing 8.3% if the gross is increasing by 16%? In part, it is funding from grants or subsidies, other levels of government, helps to offset our gross expenditure versus the net. If you think of net, what we have to tax for. So we have $400 million in expenditures, and we're taxing for 95 million. Why are we only taxing for 95 million? What makes up that difference? Grants, some fees, fees and recoveries. The big factor is capital, and capital is funded from reserves, development charge reserves, program reserves, as well as debt. So to the councillor's question, is today's investment going to impact future years? It's the debt component that impacts future years. So again, not sure I'm explaining it clearly enough, but yes, gross expenditures are increasing 16%. We have to fund approximately, prior to the adjustments, $95 million, but there are investments in capital that in part are funded from debt, and those really have the impact on future years, is the debt component of our capital program.
Thank you for that, Chair. So I'm a little bit confused. So the Municipal Act says we can't incur debt for operations. So if we've increased it 19%, just operations, and we increased it 8.7% just operations, and our levies total maybe 12% over 2 years, there's still that disconnect, and I don't understand where we're going to pay for that increased spending.
Through the chair, we are not issuing debt for operations. Our gross operations is increasing 8.3%, and our net levies, 8.7, I believe, yes. And our net levies increasing 8.3. So that relates to the councillor's reference to we're limited in how we fund operating. We fund operating principally through property taxes, user fees, as well as reserves as examples. It's the capital program that really, we're relying on debt exclusively for capital, in keeping with legislation. And with respect to the capital program increasing by I think it was $234 million, a good portion of that is growth related and will be funded in part through development charge reserves, as well as debt. And again, just wanting to leave committee with confidence that we're abiding with the legislation. And while these are big numbers in terms of gross expenditures, it's really our capital program, our infrastructure program, that's driving the increase in the gross expenditures. And you would have seen through the presentation, we're funding it through reserves, DC reserves, from contribution property taxes, and a portion of debt. But debt, we're staying within the debt policy and the guidelines.
I understand that. I still do not understand how we can have 19% increase in 2024 and 8.7 increase in spending. These are increases in spending, not levy. Where do we make up that difference? Do we refer that to out years and that's when the levy will increase then?
Through the chair, no. So with respect to the percentages increases, the 19% in 2024 is 16% for 2025. But that is heavily weighted in infrastructure. It's principally, I would say 2/3 of that increase is for infrastructure and 1/3 is for operating. And so operating, again, is increasing 8.7 and the levy is increasing 8.3 to support the operating program. It's the capital program that has an overweight in terms of the overall gross expenditure. And I think I'm confusing. So happy to.
We'll take it offline.
Yeah, happy to. I think it's an important message. We're happy to circulate something to council that further breaks it down for the benefit of all council. Because I know percentages are confusing, not only for council, for the public, in that they get confused in terms of gross and net. So we will make an effort to try to provide a bit of a description in terms of gross and net that helps explain how we go from gross to net. Thank you.
And Chair, the last question I had, which is really process, so to yourself and to the clerk. If I understand this new process that the province has inflicted upon us, the mayor presents her proposed tax budget. We don't have an opportunity to say no to that proposed tax budget. But if I'm not there yet in supporting that, is today the day when we receive that proposed budget? And therefore, if I'm not quite on side, I would simply vote not to receive it. I don't see where down the road we do that.
Just going to clarify that we're not voting on the budget. That's.
We're
part of
not
the change.
permitted to vote on the budget as a council, if I understand the process. But the mayor still presents to us her budget, which is here today. And if we don't agree with that budget, the only opportunity that we would have to indicate non-support is to not receive that budget today. Do I have that correct?
I'll look to the clerk to respond, please, and thank you.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, I would suggest that the place to do that, again, noting that it's just for information purposes, would be at the council meeting on February 12th when you're dealing with it at that point, because that's when your council is officially receiving it and making amendments to it. But we treat those separately. So if you were looking to put a not to receive vote out there, that would be when you're dealing essentially with these minutes at the February 12th council meeting. And then at the February 7th minutes, when you're dealing with those at the February 12th council meeting, you'll then be dealing with the amendments to the proposed budget.
Okay, that helps a great deal because we may find changes between now and then. And I didn't want to be voting not to receive it if we had opportunities down the road to amend and change it. So I appreciate the clerk's position and thank you for an excellent job today. As always, you're very calm in the chair and you help us get through this. So thank you sincerely.
Thank you. That's why I turned down the heat.
Oh, that was the best one yet.
We need a mover and a seconder we're going to couple the presentation with the report just to receive them, please. Councillor Beattie followed and Councillor Kazar. Show of hands, please. Thank you so much. I see everyone has their hand up. Elsie McRae. All right. Just pick your indulgence for a moment. We're on to item 7.3, the Mayor's Memorandum, 2025 Proposed Tax Budget. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the memo? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Wang. A show of hands, please, in favor or opposed? All hands on deck. Elsie McRae. Thank you. We're now on to motions. And before doing, again, I just would like to draw your attention. You received an email from Clerk Trenum, December 24th and January the 16th, exactly the same email on the steps on the process. So if you ever need to reference those, they're there in your for your benefit. 9.1, request for a report respecting reduction of the global budget number to 3.44%. I understand, Councillor Francis, this is your motion. Would you care to introduce it, please? And do you have a seconder?
I do. Budget Chair Wilson. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Request for report respecting reduction of the global budget number to 3.44%. Whereas the 2025 tax levy increase stands at 6.3%, and whereas the 5-year average CPI, which is a consumer price index, is 3.44%, therefore be it resolved that the city manager be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee budget by February 7, 2025, indicating how the final budget global budget number can be reduced to 3.44% maximum while maintaining current service levels. And if you don't mind allowing me to speak to this for a couple minutes. So I'm using the 5-year average CPI consumer price index, which is approximately 3.44%. The current inflation numbers were just published at 1.8%. I think it's very realistic to propose 3.44%. It takes into consideration all the impacts that inflation has had on our city's budget over the last 5 years. 3.44% is far more reasonable number to absorb for taxpayers than the 5.7% in this current volatile economy with an unpredictable outlook. In terms of what I'm asking for, I want staff to look at the entire global budget and find 2.26% in operational savings. I think it's quite reasonable to ask to identify 2.26% in wants, not needs, throughout the entire organization. And I think one good example is the vacancy report that General Manager Zagaric provided to council that points out a significant amount of savings. And I think this is a reasonable request for the department heads to look into their respective departments and find at least 2.26% in savings and focus on departmental needs and not wants. That could simply mean certain projects and hiring do not need to be implemented in 2025 or cannot be implemented in time on 2025. And to my colleagues who may be okay with the 5.7% tax increase and may be satisfied passing the budget as it stands today, I'll just say this. My motion seeks out a report back on a very reasonable request. And I think that everyone can live with this. This is still bringing forward the services. If this passes, the report will bring back showing what the services will be, not impacted. And if this report comes back and my colleagues are still not satisfied with the savings that are proposed by staff, they don't have to be accepted on February the 7th. But you can't convince a single Hamilton taxpayer in the city of Hamilton that we can't find 2.26% savings. Not a single person in this city would believe that. Taxpayers expect us to search for this information and provide this to the public, especially since this council declared an affordability crisis. And furthermore, Hamiltonians are already subjected to some of the highest per capita property taxes in all of Canada. And Hamilton's property tax increases have come in at approximately 18% higher than the rate of inflation over the last decade. The budget as it currently sits is 3.9% higher than today's inflation rate. Should the proposed motion in front of us here at 3.44% be adopted, this would still come in at nearly double the inflation rate of today. So although A number was never specified in the mayor's directive that called for tax efficiencies, which I'm sure we can all agree is a good thing. The motion before us here gives staff an exact figure of 3.44% maximum to come back and show council and the public what that would look like. And just finally, the reason why it's here today is that's the request from staff to get it on today's agenda so they can do that work and report back by February 7th. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Kassar. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. Fully supportive of this direction to get information back. I think Councillor Francis is absolutely right that members of the public are asking us to look at savings, and if there are savings to be found, to identify those. But to be clear, this would require cutting $27 million from the budget without impacting service levels. I'm very interested to find out how that might be possible. Likely going into reserves, but there's also been concern about overuse of reserves. So very interested to see what staff will bring back. Question through you is the mayor's original directive, I believe, already asked staff to look at efficiencies at staffing levels of efficiencies within the departments. So my understanding is the current budget that's before us is already staff's best effort to identify efficiencies, and this work has essentially already been done.
Thank you. I'll look to, I'll recognize on the process and on the method in following those directives. I'll recognize GM Zagaric and then see if Mayor Horwath would like to comment.
Through the chair, senior leadership team did approach the budget seeking some efficiencies and savings. Leading up to the outlook, that was approximately 0.8%, but recognizing that included some provincial uploading of the recycling program, as GM Can said, about 2 million, so just less than a quarter of that. But the balance would have been identified savings and efficiencies. We recognized the vacancy trends in the last few years, and so you would have seen through the gapping slide, we've built in $3.8 million in a target in additional gapping savings for 2025. So just wanting to flag the objective that we've set for 2025 as it relates to vacancies in the form of gapping savings. As well, there were some business cases that senior leadership team, again, in recognition of the mayor's directive around options, we've deferred business cases and only put forward business cases that have a net zero levy impact. So that represented some of the adjustments. So again, just wanting to recognize some of the efforts made in order to identify efficiencies and savings in alignment with the mayor's directive.
Thank you. Clerk Trenham, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Chair. And I just, through you to the members, just advise that reports like this, again, are in order to ask for information to come back. What I do want to state is that it is not in order to ask staff to essentially prepare another budget. So while this is a request, the way I interpret it, to, if this were a number, what items could be included that would not, or how could we do this without maintaining current service levels? That's in order, and that staff are bringing back some information. What I want to state is that report will not look like a new budget. It will not necessarily be an itemized list of services that can be cut. It would be information on what this could look like. It will be up to the members of council to propose specific amendments that they would like to see against the proposed budget, and the combination of which could be a reduction in that number, but it's not a request for a new budget, essentially.
Thank you for that. Councillor Danko, you still have the floor.
Thank you, and I think that's really important that, again, it's up to us to actually propose specific amendments moving forward. My last comment is just on the use of the consumer price index, and General Manager Zagaric touched on this in his presentation, and it's been something that I've brought up every single year that this is my 7th budget now, is that the consumer price index is, of course, keenly relevant to residents, to retail consumers, but it's not particularly relevant to municipalities or business. When we're talking about the consumer price index, we're talking about things like food and shelter, the cost of home supplies, clothing, healthcare, personal goods, alcohol, tobacco, recreation, that kind of thing. None of those are relevant to the city of Hamilton. We are talking about our unionized labor, heavy civil construction, commercial real estate, industrial equipment and supplies, things like buses, fire trucks, chlorine, road salt, steel and concrete. These are completely different categories than what is included in the consumer price index. So a much more relevant measure is, as was discussed, is the non-residential price index, but even that is not particularly, a direct correlation. So just my final comment is, yes, the consumer price index is important, but as it applies to municipalities and our costs, it's really comparing apples and oranges. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have that right? Councillor Kassar? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wilson. I think we would all love to have a much lower tax increase. It's just about balancing, as the chair had said, and the city manager had said earlier, it's being future focused and balancing today with tomorrow, because we're dealing with maybe a lack of that balance from previous decisions made, that's just what it is, and we need to deal with it. So thanks to Councillor Danko for clarifying on CPI. I was going to ask about the same thing, but he covered it well. I just want to refer back to what we heard today relative to the 3.4 target that's proposed by the mover. I asked about capital program, which is 2.1%, and heard that that's very much important that we're doing that work. Add to that police of 1.1, the police budget, which we don't have control to reduce, so it's all or nothing. So we'll just assume for the moment that it's in and it's approved, so that gets us to 3.2. 911 service is another 0.4, that gets us to 3.6. And then provincial impacts and legislative services is 0.5, so that gets us to 4.1. So already for things that we really don't have a lot of control or are very important to do, we're over the 3.44, so that's a bit of a conundrum to figure out. That leaves city services at 2.0% and other boards and agencies at 0.2%. So even if you had no increase in any of those, we're still not there. So just at a high level to staff, to GM Zagaric or the city manager, what would be the path to fulfill what's desired and set out in the motion here? How would we even go about doing that, given if you assume the things I said a moment ago have to go in at that 4.1 and there's no movement for those? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, maybe I'll start, and if available to the councillors, apologize. I'm going to refer to Appendix A to report FCS 25004. This is the overview. And if you don't have it before you, I'll try to describe Table 2 on page 10 of 33. Table 2 speaks to the 2025 budget in the form of what historically we've referred to as a maintenance budget, effectively providing the same services that we provided on December 31st, factoring in inflation, but exclusive of any enhancements or improvements in services, examples being in housing, the transit strategy, investments in OW. It's exclusive of incremental investments in capital. You'll see it's exclusive of the council referred items. So our maintenance budget, and this is inclusive of the boards and agencies submitted budget. So city departments at a maintenance level, but boards and agencies as proposed. What you'll see is we're reporting a global position of 3.8%. And then when you factor in our infrastructure investment strategy, that adds another $29 million, or in excess of about the 2.1, 2.2 as reported. And then the council referred items represent another $2 million. So just drawing to committee's attention, what does it take to get to that 3.8% that we're reporting in terms of maintenance? It would be deferring the capital, incremental capital investments, deferring the council referred items, and deferring some of the service investment. Just as one way of illustrating what would be required to offset that gap.
Okay, that didn't sound like it would be maintaining current service levels, particularly with capital. So I don't struggle with working to reduce the tax impact. Absolutely, we should be doing that, and that, I think, is the activity over the next few meetings. I struggle with giving staff a directive to, hit a number which, it's an arbitrary number. It's a number, based on some facts, but not necessarily relevant. I think it's our job to bring those opportunities to look at ways with consultation with staff on how we can reduce it, affecting service levels and not affecting service levels, knowing that there are some service level things that are tied into longer term contracts and we would not be able to change on the moment. We kind of had that conversation last year. So I'm just really sensitive on giving staff a task that can't be done, because to reduce this by nearly $30 million without affecting service levels doesn't seem to me like it would be possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Councillor Cassar hit a lot of the points, so I'm going to be a lot briefer and just, again, go back to slide 20, which is where we look at some of those operating expenses. 110 million of those we can't touch to get to that $37 million. That is 50% of what is left. That's 50% of all new funding has to be cut to meet this target. We live in the city of Hamilton, not through the looking glass. We have a responsibility to deal with the real facts in front of us that are in this presentation. It's our responsibility as governors around this table to put forward recommendations based on the information in front of us. The information is in front of us in order to find those gaps, look at those things. That's what this whole morning was about, was getting that information. It's not staff's job to go further than the mayoral direction and say, find here, find here, find here. It's been present. This is the budget. It's our now job to find those savings, to say, hey, what would happen if we did this instead of that? So I'm not on for kind of setting a target, trying to chase that and asking staff to do the work. If individual councillors around here have report backs, even if I disagree with where the funding source is coming from, much more likely to support getting that report back, because it's an actual targeted, here's what I think we could do as a council, and it's staying within why we're here. So for that, I can't support this.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Very interesting dialogue around the table. Just a couple of quick questions to GM Zegarac, if I may. In 2024, I'm still having to think that we're not in 2024 still, but in 2024, at the end of the year, and usually in the first couple of months of 2025, we look at the surplus that we had in the previous year, or if there was a deficit, then we have to find the funding to pay for the deficit, because we cannot, we have to balance our budget according to the Act. And so if I look to 2023, do you have a recollection as to what that surplus was?
Through the chair, we reported an unaudited surplus for 2023. I apologize, I don't have it, I can't recall it, but how we do build it in is we build it in as part of our capital financing strategy, because it's not sustainable, it's sort of one time. So there are some assumptions, happy to circulate that. We've made some assumptions with respect to surplus, principally capital financing surplus.
And so the surplus that we receive this year, which would be from 2024, all of that is going into capital? Do we have an estimated surplus based on revenue versus expenditures?
Through the chair, not for 2024. We do for 2023, sorry. Staff have it behind me.
Do, don't they?
So if the chair gives me 1 minute, I'll pull up. So for 2023 unaudited, we had a corporate surplus of $7.4 million, of which there were some transfers to library of $1.299 million, leaving us with, I believe, a overall corporate, and some transfers to police, leaving us with a corporate surplus of $5.8 million. 216,000 went to ward minor maintenance accounts, 600,000 to our development charge liability. 1.1 million was related to the slot revenues, so it went to our Flamborough Reserve under that policy, and the balance went to our tax stabilization reserve of $3.8 million. And so that was the distribution of our 2023. I'm happy to circulate in an email to councillors. We have made assumptions with capital financing surplus as part of our capital financing strategy related to 2024. We'll send that out to elected officials so that you have that information.
And so if I understand correctly, that would be your suggested use of any surplus that we're anticipating coming from 2024?
Through the chair, to be more specific, when we developed our 2024 financing strategy, we had to reflect the cost to borrow at that time, which was 5%. And we deferred borrowing. And we will go out to market this year, anticipating a cost to borrow of 3% instead. So we will have a savings of deferring because we had to budget at 5%. That's the savings that we built in to help fund our capital financing strategy for 2025.
And so if I understand again correctly, you can provide the breakdown from from 2023?
Through the chair, yes.
And do you have, in the mayor's proposed budget, do you have an estimate in terms of what the surplus may or may not be for this, or for 2024, that we would receive or pay for in 2025?
Through the chair, yes, on our capital financing, and we can circulate to you what our assumptions are and how it's reflected in the proposed budget.
And were those figures in this budget?
Through the chair, it was through a report, a FCS report, our variance report 23063B. Happy to recirculate that report. That would have went to, I believe, Audit and Finance Committee.
But that's not in this budget currently.
The chair, it's not.
Thank you. So if we could get those numbers. Just really quickly on the motion. Do I have time? I'm over my time. So I guess that was part of the answer. Just some real quick closing comments. I think all of us around this table are struggling. We're hearing from residents, food costs have more than doubled. I shared the story of the elderly Italian gentleman that I met, him and his wife. All the income they have is old age security, old age pension, that's it. And their taxes alone on their home was $5,000. So those are the folks that we hear from that are truly struggling. We hear from people where rent has doubled and tripled, not just in giant high rises. They're jacking them up on the triplexes, the fourplexes. Everywhere we turn, someone's paying more money in rent. We all know this. Mortgages have, in some cases, doubled, in some cases, tripled. Part of it could be the line of credit that people had, that the banks kept encouraging people to borrow more, fix up your house and increase your equity, but they went into debt. They don't really realize how much debt they get into on those lines of credit. Then we have credit card debt, we have fuel, and I could go on and on and on. all of these costs are being borne, and 25% of our population is working poor, and about 20% are senior citizens that now have fixed income. Those on fixed income represents 50% of them do not have a pension from a union, from a job. It's only what they were able to scrape and save because they never really had sufficient funds to put up a pension. So those are the folks who are truly struggling when we talk about increasing taxes in the manners that we are. We can sing it as loud as we want in terms of what the capital demands are, what these demands are. At the end of the day, they're trying to pay their bills. And they do not want to miss their taxes. These are people who are proud, so they pay their taxes no matter what. But when they do that, they have less in terms of disposable income. And that's what we're struggling with. That's the balancing act that we're trying to find. And if we can do anything to find additional savings, and I hear the clerk, this is what our job is now in this new process. But if a report back is going to be defeated, then I don't know how we're going to get through this process. If we don't, even if we disagree, if someone's requesting a report back, it has been the tradition of this council that they vote for the report back. It's that simple. And then we get the findings from staff. We may think we know what they're going to say, but it doesn't take away the privilege and the right of an individual councillor to request that report back. And in my time on council, they have always been honored. So I'll support it. I hear what Mr. Zagaric is saying. We may not find the savings that is being requested until we actually start tackling the council referred items. Those are the ones that we have to decide, do we go forward with this or not? And that's just my advice in terms of how we move forward on this. Those are the only ones that we have the potential to find savings. So I'll support this motion, but know this, if we're going to find these savings, it's not going to be on that bench. It's going to be us re-examining any council-referred item. In my humble opinion, Mayor and Chair, that's where we will find it. Thank you.
I have Councillor Jackson, followed by Mayor Horvath, and then Councillor Beattie.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. I'm strongly supporting Councillor Francis's motion. I'm a bit perplexed by some of the comments I've heard. And quite frankly, if we had known, I'm sure if Councillor Francis had known in advance, don't bring a number forward because that's an arbitrary number and, well, that's going to cause staff a whole lot of work. I thought that's what I asked about 3 hours ago about the process today. Can motions be brought forward, hopeful with concurrence? I may not agree with others, but this budget is too important not to explore every avenue, given the affordability issue that's still number one, poll after poll after poll, the last number of years in this province, in this country, within this city especially. And if bringing forward his motion has caused consternation, and well, Tom, that doesn't really, it's apples and oranges, it doesn't affect groceries, it doesn't, and we're not in that business. Well, geez, every bit of a tax, every bit of cost, expense to an average household is important. And often, Budget Chair Wilson, they get into competing things where they may put this aside because they have to have that to feed their family, and maybe they'll defer payment on that because it's just gotten to a level that's just too high. So I'm very strongly supportive of the 3.44 to see what it will look like, to at least tell our community and our taxpayers that at least I've heard them loud and clear, why I voted against the first two budgets of this new term of council. But if on process and procedure, what Councillor Francis has brought forward really wasn't what either staff, my colleagues were anticipating with a number. I wish we had just said that well in advance and just gone right to February 7th and just every one of us bring some amendments forward at that time. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. And thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you.
I was listening, Councillor Jackson. I'm a mother of 3. I can do many things and many times, and I am a woman to boot. So, thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak just a little bit about the motion. Part of it is a bit of a confusion on my part in terms of the instructions that I provided to staff to put together a budget that dealt with things like our infrastructure deficit, that dealt with things like the needs of a growing city, that dealt with things like housing and homelessness, that dealt with issues like climate action. Those are the things we've talked about around this table quite a bit. And so those are the things that went into my request. The request before us in this motion, though, is not that, right? It is to put forward let me just put the motion in front of me so I can see it. Is to have something come forward at a certain amount of percentage that that maintains existing services. So on principle, that's not what I had asked the staff to do, to put together in terms of a budget for review by this body. If this body, through that process, takes things out to the tune of, let me just get my wee calculator back up here, to the tune of $29,380,000, then I would agree with Councillor Clark. That's the job to do around the table. But the body of work that's been done is the work that we're supposed to do that work on, not on a different premise than what the mayor's budget, as was required by law, has set out. And so just because I don't understand why this is actually even in order, and on the principle of the fact that I do think that this city needs to invest in infrastructure. It's clear it has been something that's been kicked down the road. We can't do that anymore because, as was mentioned in the presentation, not only, or in response to questions, I think actually, not only do we have aging infrastructure that through our asset management plan, we all got the wake-up call in that regard in terms of what needs to be done on the existing aging infrastructure, but we're also growing. And so we have the needs of a growing community as well. So I think when you look at these things, you don't just look at the moment in time that we're in. That's, I don't think, the responsible way to make sure that our city is able to meet the needs of the people who are residents here going forward. And so on the principles that I've just articulated, obviously, as the person that asked the staff to prepare the budget that's before us, I won't be able to support the motion.
I have Councillor Beattie, followed by McMeekin, Kretsch, and Pauls, and eventually myself.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, not wanting to veer into the argument of the consequences of the potential number listed in this motion and just wanting to hear the information back. I understand some of the conversation going around here, but again, I'm hopeful to remind colleagues that this is a request for information. It's not discussing the potential implementation of that information. It reminds me of when we were sitting here a week ago, listening to an information report back on a municipal land transfer tax. We didn't end up doing anything with it, but we voted in favor of having that information come to this chamber so that we could engage in the conversation. This strikes me as very similar. This morning, the proposal was for a 6.3% increase. By the time we broke for lunch, it was 5.7. Consider that. We don't know if this is going to come back in a more favorable position, but The reduction at face value from 5.7 to 3.44 is some $29 million, give or take, which as a percentage of the total $2.8 billion budget is 0.01%. So if we can't ask for an information report to come back and see if there's any more juice to squeeze out, I don't know what we can do. So I'm hopeful that we can at least ask for this information report to come back. I understand the consternation perhaps over the CPI usage, the blended CPI that's been put forward here. I can't argue as to the relevancy of CPI as an index to establish a benchmark. But what I could argue is that the CPI index is the index that affects consumers, and consumers are homeowners, and homeowners are taxpayers. It's what they will understand to be relevant. And in this case, what we're discussing here is in fact about them. So I'll leave it at that. I'm hopeful that we can get this information report back and then continue to have informed conversations as we move forward.
Councillor McMeekin?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Somebody used the word conundrum. I don't have any sense of being in a conundrum. I do have a sense, though, of confidence in this, in both the staff who have done a great job of paring things down, finding 0.6%. I don't think is insignificant. I think that in a growth time is significant. But I'm also confident of this horseshoe. And given the explanation by the clerk that we're not asking staff to come back with another budget, you know, just coming back with almost some bullet points about what might happen if this council in its infinite wisdom or folly were to decide to make something different happen. I'm okay with that. And I appreciate the clerk clarifying that. As for how this winds up with things like food and recreation and whatever else was mentioned, not falling under the purview of the city, from where we sit, that's true. But for where taxpayers sit, that's not true. You know, taxes is another line item on their budget. And dare I say it, probably one of the more significant ones after maybe, if they're in a position maybe to buy a new car or something, but it would be a very significant one. So I think it is important, particularly given some of the road we traveled on affordability and the like, to at least look at it. I suspect we're not going to make too many adjustments to it, but as they say, I think to have integrity and to recognize the integrity of the members and those who intend to support this motion, I think we should go ahead and gather the information, cognizant of the fact, Madam Mayor, I agree with everything you said, just for the record, cognizant of the fact that I suspect is not going to lead to much, but I think we've got some responsibility to at least show we're trying. Thanks.
Councillor Cretch, followed by Councillor Pauls and Nan. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Can I ask a question and then make some comments? Sorry, it was just brought up in the debate, perhaps indirectly, but I wonder if GM Zagarek can just answer this question on the public record. It's probably a very quick answer. How do renters pay taxes to the city?
Through the chair, through the property owner.
Right, so people who rent their home pay taxes through their rent to the property owner who then remits it to the city. So renters pay taxes in the city of Hamilton?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. I also really want to address what I think has been raised several times during the debate. As the councillor who represents the people with the lowest household income in the city, I slightly resent the lectures on affordability. I get it. I understand this. Every one of my neighbors is in a pretty tough situation. Nobody wants to see their taxes going up at all. But CPI is an arbitrary number that does not reflect how the city generates its income. So we're going to ask our staff to go around arbitrarily looking at numbers saying, well, we'll just pick a number out of the sky, throw it in here because it's a number, and then have our staff go ahead and produce a new budget, which is how I understand what this looks like. As Councillor Jackson says, If it was the plan to bring motions to the February 7th budget, then we should have just done that. That was the plan. I was here for the plan. We said that several times during last year and this year. That is the plan. If people would like to bring their own amendments to the budget forward, go ahead, make them total $29 million. Do the work. But asking staff to go back and redo the work they've already done by picking an arbitrary number out doesn't seem like the right thing to do. And for those who've reminded us today about things being just a request for information, I respect that. A lot of times, it's true, we do usually respect requests for information. But in this term of council alone, there have been several votes, some that have failed, some that have been divided on requests for information. So let the record show that that's not what we do here as a tradition in this term of council. In fact, we pick and choose which things we want to have information back on. Why? Because we value our staff's time from our perspective, and we vote accordingly, saying, I don't want staff to do that with their time. I don't want them to spend time doing that activity, so I'm going to vote no. And it's been done many times. What I want staff to do with their time is actually respond to the amendments all of us are going to put on the table, to do the work of helping us to figure out how to craft those amendments, to making sure the wording is right, to making sure we can bring those forward and they're feasible, not chase an arbitrary number. I will not support this.
Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor Nan. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I will support the motion, not because I think we could get there. When I asked our general manager how much money we need for 1%, from 5.7 to 4.7, he said 13 million. Is everybody listening?
Me too.
Thank you. So even though I would like to have it at 3.44, the reason I'm supporting is because maybe if we look, we could get to maybe an extra % less of maybe 4.7. You know, it strikes me, we said our city's growing. So when you think your city's growing, you think your expenses grow. But I have another version. When the city grows, we're supposed to get more taxes. And I don't really buy because the city is growing, we're going to spend all this money. So I think it's important for us to look at it, even to find maybe $13 million. And I will put some an amendment. I don't know if they'll pass, but the next meeting I will put something forward to see if we could eliminate. I know our infrastructure is aging. I know people want better infrastructure, but maybe we could look at that and say, could we wait a year or two? So I will be putting something down. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Similar to Ward 2, Ward 3 also has a very large percentage of our population who rents, very large percentage of our population that makes a lower income. And we are a community that is constantly and consistently doing what we can to make things sustainable and do so in a prudent way that is strategic in terms of our investment, as well as making sure our bottom lines are covered. And part of my work over the last 7 years of participating in this budget process has been tabling motions with very specific solutions, majority of which have passed. I think there's only been one of my budget motions that hasn't gone forward. And so, you know, I deeply respect the steep learning curve coming in as a first-term counselor, trying to make an impact on your budget in a way that translates to our residents, that we are listening very carefully to their bottom line needs right now. Affordability isn't just an issue for Ward 2 and 3 anymore, it's an issue across our entire municipality. And so from that perspective, you know, we've got children whose swimming classes have to be moved over to Churchill, moved over to other facilities because our pool can't even stay open because it's too cold in there for kids to go swimming. We've given a clear mandate year over year that every one of our asset management plans, as well as our capital plans and our operating plans for our municipality, need to be based in actual needs. And we are a community of needs. We are not a community of abundance, unfortunately. It's just reality. And so when our budget presentation as made so clearly by GM Zagaric this morning with the due diligence and ongoing work by our staff to bring it down to 5.7, with a clear understanding that 4.1 of that is non-negotiable, it's not even in our control, then that arbitrary number of the CPI doesn't seem like a fair game. Like, it doesn't feel like an exercise worth the effort when we already know 4.1 of it can't be reduced. So it's unattainable. So from that perspective, on this information report request, I'm going to have to deny it. I look forward to very specific strategic amendments coming forward by my colleagues to try and bring that price to the rate to a more affordable one for our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Councillor Danko, could you take the chair, please?
Chair Wilson?
Thank you. Kawartha Lakes, 6.2%. Waterloo, 6.34%. London, 7.4%. Oshawa, 7.87%. Milton, the third fastest growing community in Ontario, 9.89%. Property tax increases this year. Speaking of Milton, Milton identified a municipal price index of 6.28%. So further to Councillor Danko's comments that have been referenced in other places, how we measure is absolutely relevant to this municipality. Through the chair to GM Zagaric, this is what the finance officers state, and I'd like you to unpack it. A price index that does not reflect the municipal purchasing structure does not truly reflect changes in the cost experience. Could you, for our benefit, please, once again, discern the difference between that which CPI measures and that which, how that differs from this government's actual experience with inflation? What is included and what is excluded, please, through the chair?
Through the chair, I think Councillor Danko started to recite, I don't have the full basket of goods that CPI is based on, but it's more typical of a household. It's food, clothing, shelter expenses. It includes fuel in terms of core, non-core. Those municipalities that calculate a municipal price index go through the exercise of looking at the goods and services they provide and use an index based on those services. So for instance, labor represents approximately 50 to 55% of our gross budget. And they would then take a Statistics Canada or their collective agreements and weight their change in cost accordingly. And so that would reflect collective agreements, benefits, and so forth. Then they weight their infrastructure program. So a municipality that calculates a municipal price index, they effectively take the inputs in terms of the outputs, which are goods and services, and they set a weight based on actuals, based on what those costs are actually increasing by. And it may be coincidental, I know of other jurisdictions, Durham, I believe Edmonton, Calgary, and that 6.3, 6.2 range seems to be a common range for municipal price index for 2025.
Thank you again. So what I've heard, our largest expenditures for government in general are typically labor, materials, contractual services, and those are absolutely not included in our CPI. And the compounded impact of not accounting for that has left us with the deficit that we have and that our residents are experiencing, whether they cannot, because they don't have the income to go to private lessons. In Burlington, they rely on a church pool in Ward 3. They can't use that pool in Ward 3 because their service is disrupted because it's not working. It's broken down. There's no heat. That is absolutely unfair, and that is not the quality of service of what we are about. That is not affordable living. When the very assets in which are supposed to be in reach, we have let fail. I just want to account, please, a little experience that I had coming off of Roma, in which we met with a minister and we talked about the need for partnerships on assets, in which point that minister looked at us and said, sorry, bub, you haven't been keeping up with your payments. You have not been investing in your assets. I'm familiar with them. They're falling apart. Come back when you've got your house in order. You want to talk about affordability? Talk about the person or the nurse who's driving to her shift and she incurs an $1,800 bill from her gas station because her car is rutted out on the road because of the potholes. Non-deductible. That's her rent and her car payments. Last year, it was suggested a threshold for our budget, and I said, my name is on the ballot. It's not Zagaric, it's not Robichaud, it's not Can, it's Wilson. This is our job. The directive has been set by the mayor. That budget has been informed by that directive. It is now this council's responsibility to find those savings. And I'll cut to the chase for you. Go to the business cases and the council referred items, just like Councillor Danko has done, and put them on the floor. Let's do our job. But to suggest that we're going to go after capital, 30%, there's been a 30% increase in construction prices. That's what we're dealing with. And that minister was absolutely right. If we had done our job 20 years ago and done it every single year, we would not be in this position today. I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, beg your pardon, Councillor Cassar. Thank you for, I'll take back the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wilson, and thanks to everyone around the horseshoe for the dialogue. Again, I think what we're all saying and what we all believe is we want the increase to taxpayers, residents to be as low as possible. I think we're all agreeing on that. It's just really about process. To what Chair Wilson just said and what the mayor alluded to as an outcome of her directive, staff have delivered the budget. Can we make it more affordable? I hope so, but that's our job now. So it's not that we don't have work to do. I just disagree with the send it back to staff again. So, respect the intention of what we're trying to do here, but it's our job now to work with staff and not send it back and go find. They've dug deep. There was more presented earlier today. So let's have those conversations. So a vote against, in my mind, a vote against this motion is not saying the tax increase is fine the way it is. It's just, it's the process. It's up to us now. Staff have done their work. So I just want that to be clear and not sow division here, because we're going to be more effective if we're working together. That's all.
Good counsel. Thank you, Councillor Cassar. Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was trying in my previous comments to find some workable middle ground, but I'm convinced as I listened to the debate that I probably spoke too early. And I'm convinced now that the comments about it's being our job is the way to go. That's the process that was set out we need to follow. So as much as I've got eternal respect for the mover of the motion, I think this is a better process. So I will vote against the motion, given the index that's used and the process that we've defined. With apologies to the mover for seemingly being inconsistent, but I'm trying to move forward in the most responsible way we can. Thanks.
Councillor Clark.
I'm not sure who the minister was, but he could have easily been reminded that the province of Ontario used to pay the city of Hamilton a significant amount of money for roads, bridges, and culverts. They stopped that program. They ended up taking that program to the northern and rural communities, and they changed the funding for the urban municipalities to transit. So when we're talking about our roads, bridges, and culverts and their lack of a good state of repair, we didn't get there on our own. We got there with a partner who walked away from us many, many years ago. So just for the record. Earlier I heard a comment about being lectured. If that was intended to me, I was not intending to lecture anyone. I was sharing empathically, sympathetically, in real reality, the impacts of tax increases on families who are working poor, who are senior citizens on fixed incomes. They are the ones that will suffer. While there will be a lower disposable income for those that are making the big bucks, like the people around this chamber, will survive. But based on my meetings with many, many residents in my ward, they don't know what they're going to do if their taxes continue to increase in the manner that we are. And so that's why I'm going to do everything I can, Chair, to find a reasonable savings. It may come out of, most likely, council initiated. But at the end of the day, and I know this in my heart, every single one of us around this table has experienced those phone calls and understand the grief of people who are struggling to make ends meet. I'm just saying, keep it in our minds. While we're keeping all of the other factors and things that we need to deal with, including a provincial government that is, I shouldn't say that, that's not fair, because there's been successive provincial governments that have failed municipalities. We still have to do the job. And it's not going to be easy. It is going to be very challenging, as the mayor found out in doing the budget the first time. So I'm still going to support the motion. I suspect I can do the count around the table. It's probably dead on the table. I'm hoping that as we go forward, that it's not going to be that way, that we are going to take the request quite seriously and see if we can find the savings anywhere. So I'll let it go now. Thank you, Chair, for the latitude for the second time. And sincerely, if anyone around the table thought I was lecturing them, that was not my intent at all.
Thank you, Councillor. I know we are all very intentional in thinking about the predicament of all residents. I have Councillor Jackson.
Wasn't going to speak a second time, Budget Chair Wilson, but since the debate and the speeches have meandered, including the past, and nobody's name was mentioned, but I'm very proud of having been here, and when comments are made about if we had only done our jobs in the last 20 years, we wouldn't be in this situation. So you know what, Budget Chair Wilson, to my colleagues, both past I've served with and new members, I'm darn proud of past councils since amalgamation at a tough, sensitive, difficult time with suburban communities primarily that did not want to join the city of Hamilton, that the amalgamation was forced upon the city of Hamilton. We did our best to start getting along, and over the years, we made this city such a destination place that thousands of people migrated down the GTA to discover the great city of Hamilton, that those of us who were lucky to be born and raised here, arrived early, knew what our great city was, and thousands from the GTA migrated here in the last 10, 15 years to want to be a part of it. Great parks, great waterfront, great services, best library system in the province, wonderful emergency services, affordable homes, trails, everything, Budget Chair Wilson. I'm so proud of the past zenith that this city was on. The pandemic paused everybody, including the city of Hamilton, and in spite of that, last term of council, and 3 of my new colleagues from the last term who arrived last term, we were all part of an average 2.5% increase per year kept affordability in mind for the everyday taxpayer. Darn it all, we brought the Amazons here, the Sierra Foods here, the Corbic Steels. We brought many different companies through the great work of economic development. We kept our community moving forward during the worst healthcare crisis of our generation. And darn it, yeah, we made mistakes. I make more mistakes than anybody, but darn it all, I'll learn from them and I'll continue to move forward. I'm proud to be part of this council, but in my humble opinion, maybe I'm the only one of a few around this table that are hearing what is top of mind and the top priority issue for my constituents, and that's trying to just look after their families every day. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on this? Seeing none, good advice. Question has been called. Everyone understands the motion. Thank you. Oh, yes. We're voting on Councillor Francis's motion. You're welcome. Thumbs down from me, please. Thank you.
Oh, I distracted you.
We just had a little tech issue there. We're going to vote again? Is that it? Thumbs down for me, please. Thank you. It's a lip. Vote early, vote often. That's defeated 7-8. Councillors, thank you for your thoughts on that. Again, we're all committed in their service to our residents to find value, and I know we will do it. There are no more motions. We're on to notices.
Sorry.
So beg your pardon, I've
Through the
erred.
chair, I believe there is potentially an added motion that is for staff to report back. Councillor, sorry, I just received it via email.
Oh,
Councillor
I'm sorry, I
Tadison.
didn't-
Sorry, well, it just happened.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, through the chair. So 9.2, the mover withdrew it before the meetings, that motion, but my understanding is there might be another motion, but I could be incorrect.
Does a member of the Horseshoe have a
So
notice or a
My
motion?
understanding through the clerk was that any request for further information for a report back would be a motion on today's, could be added today because it's on the, anyway, I will let the clerk speak.
Clerk Trenum, just want to clarify that so we're all in order here.
Chair, I would advise any requests for information are part of what's on the floor today and what's being considered, so it would be in order to hear it if a councillor would like to move a request for information at this time.
Okay, thank you. So a motion is in order if you're requesting information, if this helps bring clarity. Yep. Do we have a motion? We do. I'll recognize Councillor Tadison.
I'm just going to change number 2. Okay, thank you. Anyways, I'll read it.
Do you have a second,
Okay,
Councillor
yes,
Tadison?
Councillor Wang.
Okay, thank you.
Request on capital projects, it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that staff be directed to report back to the February 7th, 2025 GIC budget with the following. Number 1, an accounting of the capital projects funded in 2023 and 2024 that have not started and remain unfinished. Number 2, and this is where I have a bit of a change, identify any capital projects funded in 2025 budget that will not likely be started in 2025. And see if how many capital projects can be pushed to 2026 and 2027 capital budget without an effect on what we would actually be completing in 2025. And that's just to seek information so that we can have an educated, informed discussion about capital projects that are on the books in light of what was supposed to be completed by now and is not. Because I think that backlog should have an effect, and if there's potential to leverage what we can, what we haven't finished and spread that out. And what I'm saying is, even if it's not going to be completed this year and it's going to be pushed, do we have to, I guess, fund everything now, or can we fund it in part to find some funding? So that's the gist of this, and have at it. I'll take all criticisms as we go and move forward with it.
Okay, I thought that was a legacy list. Councillor Jackson, are you on the, yep,
Yeah,
okay. Please proceed.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. I appreciate the spirit of how Councillor Tadison has brought this forward, but the last vote, I was targeting and looking at departmental efficiencies from the operational standpoint. I am very concerned about this just being capital projects. So over the years, I have earmarked so much of my area-rated funds towards hard infrastructure on the East Mountain. New roads, new sidewalks, beautification of traffic islands, et cetera. Repurposed school sites into playgrounds and parks, et cetera. Trails, all those amenities. Does this mean potentially, if I support this, that staff may come back with a project, money has been earmarked and approved by council and is ready to start this year, and now if I support this, it may be paused to 26 or 27? I can't support that. Budget Chair Wilson, I need to understand the interpretation of this, either from the clerk, either from the mover, either from yourself, whoever wants to help me with the interpretation, please.
Well, I think the first thing I would like to do is recognize the mover.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's for information purposes to gather that information as opposed to shutting it down. But I think we need to consider it, and it's in the potential, like, if they're going to delay it because we can't get to it, then can we delay some of that funding in order to find savings today?
Thanks, Councillor Tassin. Budget Chair Wilson, I still have the floor? Yeah. Thanks. So Roman numeral 2 is really problematic to me because so many projects funded in 25. I've earmarked several $1 million for a multitude of residential roads, interior local roads in my ward that may start this year, hopefully, may overlap into 26. The last thing I want is staff to, if this is approved, to use this as a reason for saying, Councillor, your block and your block of funding, given Councillor Tadison's motion that was approved, we're now definitely going to push that off until 26 or 27. I'm sorry, I have serious issues with this because it's all capital, so I don't think I can support it. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. Up next
Do
is
I get to
Councillor.
respond to that?
Well, I think if we could go through the speakers, Councillor, and you may be asked another question. Thank you. Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. If it would be possible to put that on the screen, yeah, I wanted to refer to each of the items. So through you, Chair Wilson, for item 1, we'll get to the other two, an accounting of capital projects funded in 2023 and 2024 that have not started and remained unfinished. So question to staff, is that already incorporated into the budget? And if not, is what's being proposed here possible to share as an information report for number 1?
Through the chair, I'm going to turn to GM Cam maybe to speak to some of the work that he's been doing with his department regarding capital progress reporting.
Through the chair to the councillors, General Manager Carlisle Can with regards to capital. In 2024, Q3, Q4, I can confirm that each director met with their senior project managers, they met with their engineers, they met with everyone who was managing a capital project. We looked at it from the perspective of what are you working on today in terms of scope, budget, and will you be able to spend and execute that project effectively by the end of this year, by the end of next year? If the answer was yes, the project was ongoing, we left it on the books. If the answer was no, we haven't started, then the next question is, are you prepared in tendering that project so that it will be constructed or start design in 2025? If the answer was no, then we said, okay, what is the impacts of moving that out into future years? So we have gone through that exercise, looking at all our projects throughout Public Works. In addition, we looked at what we call the work in progress reports, where we had, I would say, remaining funds left either for warranty purposes, or we haven't closed out the projects because we had lost our financial systems. And then we identified and we went back to each of the project managers and we said, do you still need those funds? Yes or no? If the funds were not needed, we eliminated that from the budget. So I can confirm, and we have a ongoing report that we do monthly. It's very manual. All the directors meet with their engineers, their senior engineers, and the PMs, and they go through it on a monthly basis. And we, in essence, say, what did we spend in that month and how did that impact the budget? If we weren't going to bring forward or execute the work in 2025, we moved it out to future years based on our asset management plans, based on our priorities. So hopefully those comments are helpful. I'm more than happy to elaborate should there be further questions.
Thank you. So then what I think I heard was there'd be no new information from taking direction in number one there. That's already incorporated into the process. Is that what you said?
Through the chair, there won't be any new information coming out of the exercise. I think I will work with corporate finance and with our finance team and how we can present that information to this body.
Yeah, I'm just trying to gauge whether there's any value to this, and I thought I heard that that's already part of the process, so.
Through the chair, that is correct. It is part of the process, but I think it would also be beneficial through the Qs and As that we summarize the work that we did.
Okay. For the second item, how many capital projects funded in 2025 budget will likely not be started in 2025? Is that even knowable at this point of view, or at this point in time, in order for us to give us opportunities to adjust the budget?
Through the chair to the councillor, I will confirm this with the director team, but the instructions to staff is if you were not starting the project in 2025, if you could not allocate resources or people to it, if the EAs weren't done, if the studies weren't done, move it out. But I can confirm that before next Friday.
Okay, so again, sounds like it's already part of the process. And then the third item, how many capital projects can be pushed to 26 or 27 without an effect on what would actually be completed in 2025? So is that knowable? And if so, or if we already know it, would there be any potential impact on the 2025 budget for savings?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's already been done as part of the exercise, and that would be part of the summary that we would provide.
Okay, so my takeaway here is we may be able to get a report back, but it may not be really telling us anything. So I'm not sure that it adds value.
I have Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Wang, and we have Councillor Tedison as the second-time speaker. But Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I could offer an example in terms of how all of this really happens in real life. In my ward, Lecky Avenue, Aubrey, and Highland, they were all on the capital list for road construction and sewers. And when they were doing the design work and the investigation, they found it couldn't happen in 2025 because they needed to put in, I might be using the wrong term, GM Khan, but it's kind of a underground holding system to hold water back. So because that has happened, some of my other projects in my ward are being pushed back to 2027 and 2028. I can't argue with that. I don't like it because I've already published that we were going to do it in 2024 and 2025, but I've explained it to the residents that we found complications in the system and we have to fix that so that we don't cause future problems for flooding for residents. And that's the intention. So there's still going to be urbanizing Leckie, there's still going to be urbanizing Aubrey, there's still going to be rebuilding the rest of Highland Road out to Centennial Parkway. But they have to do some underground work to make it happen. And so I understand. I'm not thrilled. But this has happened in the past a few times, not because we don't want to proceed with it. It's usually, from my experience, a technical issue that has created a problem. And that technical issue can delay things a little bit longer. For example, the widening of Rymel Road in Upper Stony Creek, it was supposed to happen a term before, but they found complications because of the bedrock and all the things that they had to deal with under the road, so it was delayed. Doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. So we may not be spending the money in that year, but by putting it off to out years, the intention is it's still in the budget, and when that budget comes forward, we have to approve it at that point. So I hope that kind of helps. I'm not sure the motion will really solve anything, because these are things that GM Khan and his do, and we have to kind of, I use the term babysit, just monitor to see what's happening and keep the public informed as we go along, that's all.
Councillor Wang?
Thank you. I think that when I think about this motion, the information has already been prepared, but it's been kind of siloed and stayed within staff. That information is not public, as per something that Councillor Clark said very early on in our budget meeting, which is we don't have detail sheets. We don't have that information that is publicly available. I think what this motion seeks to do is just to daylight some of that and just to help the public understand that all of that background work that has already been done, all we're asking is to have that be daylighted and be seen at the February 7th meeting to help with explaining how capital budgets are put forward, because that is a line item that we cannot, or we don't have an ability to really touch. But I think that that will help with demystifying one of the biggest chunks of this budget is by having that accounting of what is happening in 2024, what could be pushed to 2025. There's just no transparency in seeing that work. And even though that work is being done by staff and it has already been accounted for in this 257-page document, it's still hard to understand. That's what this motion, I believe, is asking for. So I hope that we can just even see an information report at February 7th that kind of daylights this type of work. Thank you.
Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. And, I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what's been said. I'm questioning whether this is even in order, to be honest, to ask staff to report back on work that they've already done clearly. And I'm really concerned about the perception that's being implied here that our professional staff
Point of order.
haven't already
Point
done
of
this
order.
work.
Excuse me while I recognize the point of order.
Are we commenting on?
Just a minute, wait. I recognize Councillor Tattison has raised a point of order.
I just don't think that councillors should be commenting on intent and saying that I'm intending to do anything other than what it says here is to get information.
Thank you. Councillor Danko, we know Councillor Tattison to be an honorable person. He's looking for information. If you could just be sensitive to that intent, which I believe to be true. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not questioning Councillor Tattison's intention. What I am questioning is the unintended consequences of moving forward with this is essentially saying that staff haven't done the work that they're tasked to do. And we've just heard from the General Manager of Public Works that they've already done everything that is in this direction. So You know, perhaps it was a mistake this term of council to cancel the work in progress subcommittee where we did have eyes on this work. This term of council, we removed that subcommittee on the basis that we trust our professional staff to do that work as part of their routine job that we task them to do, the delegated authority that we provide. So, you know, we made that conscious decision that we're not going to keep eyes on this because we trust our staff to do it. I trust our staff to do it. And to, you know, to Councillor Jackson's point, the capital projects that are currently on the budget routinely get bumped year after year after year. You know, I am doing my best to try to get those items moved forward and done as quickly as possible. Big ones that are coming up for Ward 8, in particular, repairs in the Rolston neighborhood, Upper Wellington, Rymel, and West 5th that are currently in environmental assessments, getting those on the books. I'm not interested at all in any action that will delay or bump those projects just to get to some arbitrary number in the budget. Those are projects that need to be done, that I fully support, and I'm working as best as I can to get shovels in the ground as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any first-time speakers? Councillor Critch.
Thanks. It seems like what could happen here in a more maybe abbreviated version that would make this a lot easier for everybody is that A, capital detail sheets be circulated to all members of council after the close of this meeting. B, they're put in an AODA compliant format so they can be shared with the public as soon as possible. Those capital detail sheets would reveal 100% of the information asked for here. So that seems to me to be the quickest, easiest, and simplest way of doing this, if the mover doesn't mind. Just saying that we ask for the capital detail sheets to be sent to everyone, just repeating it, because I speak quickly. Ask for the capital detail sheets to be circulated to every member of council at the end of the meeting. And then 2, ask that they be made AODA compliant so they can be released to the public as soon as possible. That seems to achieve it, and it seems to honor the fact that staff's already done this work, already has this work done, and we can just get a hold of it quickly. Because I'm also worried about the idea that this would come forward at February 7th. Like, if we're meant to put amendments forward on February 7th, how on earth could an information report come forward then to put an amendment forward, which was the implication earlier in the meeting? I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but someone said that out loud. I don't remember who. So I'm just unringing that bell slightly to say, this seems like a speedy and efficient way of dealing with the problem. I'll leave it to the mover.
Thank you. If I can ask Councillor Danko to assume the chair.
Go ahead, Chair Wilson.
Thank you. Just on that very last point, I was seeing a convergence there that the capital detail sheets, which again, after 3 years out, it's my understanding there is some fluidity to account for some of the unexpected things that come up at site and or that must take precedence. It's like you're waiting in the waiting room and you think you're next, but you understand someone with an extreme coronary issue has to be dealt with immediately. And you understand that as one city that we must attend to the emergency. So that's what I was thinking the information was going to be coming forward. And then once we have that profile of information, you would be able to meet with staff to understand the scheduling and what comes in year 1, what comes in year 2, and the deliverable in year 3. It would be, I think, disingenuous of me, given how my remarks when we opened this session about the importance of us to look future forward, that we would do anything that would see us further delay our infrastructure works, both rehabilitation and or growth related. So because of those two things, I think the deliverable will be there. We heard from GM Zagarek that in response to Councillor Clark's earlier remarks that deliverable would be there. So for that reason, I understand the intent, but I think the gift will be under the tree. So I can't support it at this time, but I understand that what is wanting. Thank you. I'll assume the chair. Sir Tattison.
So basically, I'm being told that if I ask for information, we're not going to allow the councillor to have that information because it does exist somewhere that I don't have right now, which is fine. But all I'm looking for here is basically a summary and the expertise of GM Con to share information that he already has to end also with the 2023 and 2024, item 1 up there. So we can have some background information on that so that we can understand what the process, not so much the process, but how timelines are affected. So I don't think that number 1's a big ask. Again, my number 2, I say, identify any capital projects funded in the 2025 budget that will not be likely started in 2025. GM Can just said that they've already moved those things out. So that's a very short list then, if he's already moved it out. How many capital projects could be pushed to 2026, 2027 without an effect on what would actually be completed in 2025? I'm looking for not just like wholly moving out, that the intent is not to delay or to, it's all about the funding here. It's not about stopping any projects. It's about possibly pushing funding or getting funding for those projects moved to a different time, partially or all of it. That's all. So shake your head if you want. I think it's a fair request. It's seeking information. I'm trying to do the job of a diligent, I guess I'll say, basically I'm trying to understand how the process works here and get information so that we can have an adult discussion with staff. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you wish to speak to a second time? And then I think we're getting near the end here.
Yes, and I might have a solution, I'm not sure. So I raised the fact that this is a skinny book. And it's a skinny book because the detail sheets aren't in there. And there's a list of things that are not there that we can get. We just simply have to ask for it. I think what the councillor is asking for is specifically the detail sheets, because that will show, and staff have it, if I may, Chair, for every ward. I've already met with staff and they went through those detail sheets in terms of what's going to happen in 2025, 2026, 2020, et cetera. So that can be done for every ward. And if it's simply formalizing my earlier request to Mr. Zagarek, then just modify your motion that you ask for the detail sheets on these particular items. And it's not a question of changing policy, it's just a question of having the information. That's I think, what the councillor is seeking.
Thank you. Of course, it's the prerogative of the mover to change or amend anything, but if the motion is on the floor, the motion is on the floor and ready to call the question. Okay. Councillor Taddison, did you wish to speak to it again?
Sorry. I just wanted to ask if at the bottom of it, we could add the detail sheets, supply detail sheets with that, or is that beyond what you're asking for? Because I still would like an accounting of the 2023 and 2024 projects and just to give background to all those projects that have been on the books for many years.
Councillor Clark, I'd answer it, but you were the suggester, so I'll let you answer in your opinion.
You probably could read my mind. So those sheets are available. We're simply, I think you're asking to see them. So it's formal direction to staff to provide those detail sheets. What Councillor Jackson is concerned about is he doesn't want the projects that he has scheduled to be changed because of some political move. And these generally, unless I'm wrong, Mr. GM Khan, is that they don't get changed by political move. They get changed because there are technical issues. There are design issues. There are hydrogeological issues, which I've experienced in my ward, that really hold the project back for 1 year or 2 years. And it's just trying to get that detail sheet, I think, is what the councillor is asking for.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Jackson is talking about, he's already put money on the table and scheduled because of some design probably issues. He's put some ward money to, and that would cause a delay. But Councillor Jackson?
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and thank you very much, Budget Chair Wilson. So to Councillor Taddison, very respectfully, I can't support his motion because he just asked if we could add, I think I heard him say add it on to the, like as a fourth part of his motion. Please, I would humbly and respectfully ask, we vote on your motion up or down, and then we could do what Councillor Crutch and Clark suggested to get that capital information separately to all
Okay,
of us, please.
let's call the
Thank you.
question.
Question has been called.
But I do have to just make the one change on number 2, where it says, if you could put that up for me. Because it wasn't,
So if you're watching, there's just, we're getting the screen ready. Councillor Taddison is just proposing a slight wording, I think, change to his motion. It has been duly moved and seconded. It's on the floor.
in number 2, just change it to identify any at the start, as opposed to how many.
And Chair, if
Thank you.
I might.
Please.
As Councillor Taddison has suggested, adding the request for those sheets at the end, but Jackson would like a separate vote, perhaps what we do is add it to avoid a separate motion altogether and just vote on bullet point 4 separately.
No.
Respectfully,
I don't
my
think that
call
that's
on that is they're two separate activities, and I'm not going to allow that addition to this motion. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. It's been duly moved and seconded. That is defeated, 7-8. Okay, thank you, councillors. Okay, I will recognize Councillor Crutch, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it'll just take me a moment to remember. Legislative Coordinator McCray could just put up the suggested amendment. I just want to move that as a motion, that we have A, receive the detail sheets, B, staff do the job of making them AODA compliant for the public.
Seconded.
And Councillor Clark will second that, which I think will accomplish more than one thing at the same time, so hopefully it's helpful to everybody.
GM Zagarek, on the motion, please.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. I'm assuming this is the 2025 capital project detail sheets, if we could just add. Thank you.
Yes, for this budget session, yes.
Yeah. So through the chair, we can absolutely, the 2025, we can release that to elected officials in their current form. We'll work towards ASAP. We'll work towards the AODA and just flagging, not that all elected officials would have seen the email yesterday, but we sent out the multi-year capital forecast by ward out to elected officials yesterday.
Thank you. Okay, any questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Beattie?
I'm appreciative of the effort, but what I was looking forward to in Councillor Taddison's motion was an analysis whereby we could compare 2023, 2024,
That motion is not on the
2025.
floor, respectfully.
Correct. So I am speaking to this, and I'm going to actually oppose this based on the premise that it doesn't allow the analysis that I was looking for. I am supportive of releasing the information to the public. I don't want that to be misconstrued. I'm just rather miffed that we don't have the opportunity to see these lined up against each other so that we can have a trend analysis.
Any more speakers on the motion that's been, Councillor Clerk, please.
So can I ask GM Zagaric a question, if you don't mind? I got an email the other day, and it talked about really a number of years forward in terms of multi-year budgeting. And it addressed specifically items in my award, which is the items that I've spoken with GM Khan about and his staff. Isn't that document itself, and then the detail sheets, wouldn't that provide to the counselors everything that they're wanting to see? Here's the multi-year forecast for your award. Here's the detail sheets as to where we stand with current projects that may or may not be on the books.
Through the chair, in terms of what's planned and budgeted? Yes. And I think Councillor Clark, you alluded to it, and GM Can, that there are circumstances, events that cause a delay for a project. So multi-year budgets may vary year to year. A project may be Road Apple might have been planned for 2025, but because of underground requirements, that Apple resurfacing now is deferred to 2026 because of some underground servicing requirements. So yes, it provides an indication of what's planned, recognizing those plans do change, and we do report back in terms of when projects are being paused or deferred because of circumstances, as I've just tried to describe.
And so I guess when it comes to an analysis chair, we get the multi-year budget forecast for our ward specifically, and we can see others too if we wish. It's all there. And then the detail sheets, which we don't have in the book right now, would show us exactly where we stand in 2025. And if I have any projects that are being delayed because of whatever, it'll show that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, a bit of a requirement for familiarity in terms of the detail sheet. So yes, the detail sheet references a start date. So elected official will say, well, this was to be started in 2023. Now it's a 2025. Can you share with me the reasons behind the deferral? And so yes, the detail sheet contains that information, and then the rationale or reason why sometimes is through a subsequent conversation. The detail sheet doesn't necessarily provide the specifics in terms of why that project was deferred. So that is all intended to be shared through the detail sheet. We can provide the detail sheet. I think what I heard in terms of Councillor Tadison's interest, I just want to flag is staff do not have the authority to proceed with a project that does not have approved funding. So if the interest is, let's continue with the project, but defer the funding to it for a year, staff have not that authority. Projects only with approved funding have the authority to proceed through the procurement process.
Thank you. And if I can verify, the rationale for the funding going with that project is that you need to do the work. It's not a question of pulling the plug on it. You've got projects that have to be done, and you have to do detail work, design work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's protracted. It doesn't, just because I wave my magic wand, Highland Road is not going to be fixed next year. It's going to be 2-3 years out. Correct?
Through the chair, yes, and I'll just also add our procurement division requires that information if there isn't sufficient funding to fund contractors, to fund procurement of goods or services, then the project cannot proceed.
Yeah, they delay the tender. Yeah. Okay, I think we're getting there, Chair, with the motion that Councillor Kretsch has volunteered and with the email that we've already received. we should have pretty good indication of where we stand year to year to year. Sorry for I appreciate the latitude. I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, no, I think you are helping. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. When we have, the funding always stays with that project. That's what I heard. It doesn't disappear just because we're holding to it, right? Like, let's say Rima Road, we have funding for that, and it's delayed another 2-3 years, but the funding is attached to that, so it cannot be used. Is that what I heard?
Through the chair, funding can be appropriated, but with council approval. So if Road Apple is no longer a priority, Road Orange, sorry for my examples, this is how creative I am, is now the priority. Staff report to council to appropriate the funding approved for Road Apple to move to Road Orange because it's a higher priority. So again, projects can have their funding appropriated. I will say not common, but there are examples.
Well, I wish I would have known that before. I thought automatically, like when I do my parks and I give $2 million for a park, and it's supposed to be done that year, and then they say, hey, Councillor Paul, so it's going to be done in 2 years or 3 years. That funding is still there. It's supposed to be for that park. Am I correct?
So through the chair, I think, Councillor, I'm interpreting your words, your funding as area rating funding. That is different. Area rating funding has to be applied within the ward that the funds were generated in. And so staff would work with an elected official if it's area rating funding in terms if there's a need to appropriate the funding.
So the only one is capital. Capital funding can be taken away. So I did not know that. So I want to ask a question. If we have a project that we want that project to move on, and it's in 2025 budget, and we haven't spent the money yet, can we put a motion not to continue that spending?
Through the chair, if a project was approved with a funded project was approved, and the decision was to cancel that project and free up that funding, that is an option. But it would be required, if that project becomes a future requirement, it would have to be resubmitted in the future year for approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I'm a little bit more clear about the motion that Councillor Tatterson had put on, but it was defeated anyways. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. There are no further speakers on the motion. Just a note to self, we won't be appointing Jim Zagaric to any facility naming committee with the creativity that he's exercised, at least on the naming part. Everything else, you're very creative. It's been duly moved and seconded. If we can have an electronic vote, please. On the motion put forward by Councillor Crutch. That carries 14-1. Thank you. Are there any more motions? Seeing none. We're on to notices of motion. Councillor Danko, you have a number of notices of motion. Would you like to read some of them or all of them into the public record? I'm not sure what your practice is here.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I'm not going to read them into the record, but I will just read the titles and a brief statement on each one. The first is financial relief to help offset the increasing cost of municipal police services. This is based on the province of Ontario providing $77 million in financial relief to small and rural municipalities to offset the increased cost of OPP services. This amendment would formally request new financial support for policing from the province to offset our 2025 budget property tax increase for police. The 2025 Hamilton Police increase is 12.3 million, and if the province was to provide the city of Hamilton with support, that would be about a 1% tax cut for the city of Hamilton property taxpayers, which I think we would be in agreement with the province as something that they would support because they are very supportive of police. Second is elimination of council referred items 11 and 12, which are the city enrichment fund increases. This is a total of $668,110. This amendment would cut that from the 2025 budget. Again, various councillors have set up their own ward community grant, basically proxy enrichment funds that they manage themselves personally. So I don't believe there's a purpose for this increase, given that hundreds of thousands of dollars are going out through the ward budget for each individual councillor. Third is realignment of taxpayer funding to good faith encampment support organizations. So again, as part of the failed encampment court challenge, the Ontario Superior Court stated that there were organized groups that were encouraging encampment residents to stay in encampments, which is also consistent with what residents have observed and have been telling us. So this amendment would realign taxpayer funding to be limited to agencies and support groups that are in alignment with city-approved goals, bylaws, and policies. And finally, number 4 is a taxpayer funding exclusion for organizations involved in litigation against the city of Hamilton. And this goes to the procurement policy for the city of Hamilton, which explicitly bans vendors that are engaged in litigation against the city of Hamilton from participating in city contracts for a period of 5 years. But this policy doesn't currently apply to city funding or grants. So this amendment, if approved, would exclude from funding eligibility any organization that is engaged in litigation against the city of Hamilton within the past 5 years, because it really doesn't make sense to give organizations city money to help them sue the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Seeing none. Okay, we're on to adjournment. There's no further business at this table, and the meeting is adjourned. And I understand there's something following this, so don't go away, sports fans. Thank you very much.